approving the nominees. And the chairman must submit himself to oral. Let me place on record that I am ever ready to submit myself to oral. The second aspect was to the effect that all the committee members are taking money from the nominees before vetting and approval. This morning, instead of starting vetting at least by 10 o'clock, we recall into a conclave to deliberate on this issue. We need to stop certain attitude. So therefore, I, Bernard Ahiafo, First Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, and the chairman of the vetting committee, wants to place it on record that myself and the committee members do not demand money from any nominee before vetting and approval. I will therefore direct the clerk of the committee to invite Oliver Baker Boamah to appear before the committee tomorrow at 10 before noon to provide evidence of Bernard Ahiafo, the chairman of the vetting committee, or any member of the vetting committee, to back his claim that we demand money from the nominees before vetting and approval. Clerk of the committee, I so direct. When he failed, then we can invoke the powers of the committee under Article 103 and our own standing order 134. I so direct. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the First Deputy Whip, Minority.
Thank you, Chairman. Having listened to you, I'm very shocked at some of the words attributed to the committee. Even though I have cited some of these allegations leveled against the committee and the statement made by you, the chairman. And for the benefit of the doubt, Chairman, what I have cited in some section of the media is to the effect that, and I quote, attributed to Oliver Baker Boamah, NDC members on the vetting committee takes money from Mohammed's ministerial nominee before approving them. The deputy speaker must subject himself to oral. Chairman, you are chairman because this committee is existing. And irrespective, we being members of this committee, you are leading us. If there is reputational issues with regards to yourself, it means that the entire members of the committee is affected. And Chairman, if you read clearly Article 1036, and for the benefit, I will read 1036 of the 1992 Constitution. A committee appointed under this article shall have the power, right, and privileges of a high court or a justice of the high court at a trial for. And then I emphasize on A and B, enforcing the attendance of a witness and examining them on oath, affirmation or otherwise, or compelling the production of documents. Chairman, you are admitting to the fact that this has come to your attention. It's a reputational issue. And I don't see why members of this committee should continue with this vetting today because our reputation is at stake. These are some of the perception out there that when you see perception index in terms of corruption, Parliament is within the first 10. And I think that we should not continue with today's vetting, not for the fact that the nominee have done something wrong, but for the fact that the reputation of our chairman and members of the committee is at stake here. If you remember very well, in the 8th Parliament, members of the appointment committee, and if I may mention name, the Honorable Samuel Akudjo Ablakwa had to resign from the appointment committee because of matters of this nature. And I think that we should not continue with the vetting today until, as you have directed, the clerk of the committee write to Mr. Vomodo to appear, if otherwise, to produce evidence of any allegation that he has leveled. So, Chairman, I think that we should not continue with today's vetting. It should be suspended until this matter is dealt with. We have no moral right as a committee to continue with this if we have our reputation being tainted with corruption. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson. Kwame Eche Dapamoko.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, rely entirely on your submission and adopt same as mine and add that my brother, the first deputy chief whip on the minority side, to, with all due respect, recant. We cannot, as an organ of state, allow comments, however derogatory or defamatory they may be, to affect adversely the ability of Parliament to carry out its mandate. We are engaged in a very important exercise of state. And in the triumvirate of approval process, nomination, pro-parliamentary approval, before formal appointment, if we allow comments to, as it were, compel Parliament to not perform its role in the 3 steps leading to formal appointment of ministers of state, then the executive will be dysfunctional. The executive will be rendered incapacitated to perform its function. Because you see, we do not know how long these boycotts, so to speak, may last. So it may not be the remediable step to take. What the chairman has done is the appropriate thing under law. So we must abide how that process will be given effect to tomorrow. It's not next year, it's not next month, it's not next week, it's tomorrow. So I pray you that pursuant to Order 39, Sub-Rule 1 of our standing orders, Chairman, with your leave, if I may read, it's to the effect that a stranger who is guilty of contempt of Parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege is liable to a fine not exceeding 250 penalty units or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year or to both. So there are penal regimes that are already laid down clearly for a conduct that is contumacious of the powers of Parliament, if it is so established. So I pray you, my brother the whip, let's by all means do what we are appointed to do today. And when we are done, we'll see whether the clerk has also carried out its functions as as expressly directed by the chairman of the committee, so we can make progress. These matters, like you alluded to, and the chairman forcefully put it out, every election cycle, members of this committee, and this committee, the membership is not standing. You see different faces every election cycle. So it's not as if there are permanent members who are accused of these things. It is as if the committee, when the season comes, they must willy-nilly be accused of such a thing. So we being new members, the chairman is a new chairman. He won't allow the committee to continue to be tainted in this manner, and we give him our full support. So my brother Alhaji Habib, let's do some work for today. I thank you for the opportunity, Chairman.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much. I think it's important we place on record that the concerns we are raising do not have anything to do with the nominee. I know the nominee very well. I think he came after me 2 years at the NUC's presidency. However, this matter should have been raised yesterday. We in the minority compromised based on engagement we had with the chairman that the matter should be deferred to today. So it was most coincidental that we are raising it, and it's coinciding with your coming. So it's important we don't get the wrong impression. Again, it is also not because you are not a member of parliament. People will make the argument that one of their own, the vetted MPs who have been nominated, why him? It is also, that reason can't also be cited. Mr. Chair, it's important we also put on record that the activation of Order 3 was at our instance, where names of nominees will not have to be read on the floor. I recall vividly it was the respective minority leader who activated that, and we got your support, your side to support. So in principle, we in the minority are for the vetting. And the evidence abound. In fact, the formation of the 3 critical committees, i.e. the appointment committee, the selection committee, the business committee, being teased out of the lot for a motion to be moved on the floor for this committee to be formed. It was at our instance as a minority. Let's get it clear. So we are not obstructionists. The intent is not to obstruct government business. These are wild allegations that are becoming one too many in our country. One is lowering our reputation as an arm of government and an institution of state. All we have as members of parliament is our reputation. That is all we have. When we cannot pretend, sitting behind this table and pretend that we have nothing more than that. It's all about our reputation. And I value my reputation. We in the minority, we value our reputation so well. The majority also value their reputation. So, Chair, we heard your directives well. I think it makes sense, but we disagree. We strongly disagree with you. Today, we cannot vet. The body has been impugned. Our reputation has been battered. Until we purge ourselves, we have no business to vet any nominee. And let's also send the word out there to the executive. We have been most magnanimous to the executive. Even days that we were not supposed to vet, in fact, yesterday we were not supposed to vet. Was it Monday? Monday we were not supposed to vet. Friday we were not supposed to vet. We did all that to hasten the process and to facilitate vetting. So, Mr. Chair, consider your position again. Your directives make sense, but we in the minority cannot comply. Today we can't vet. And it's not personal. Honorable nominee is not personal. We cannot vet. We value our reputation. We will not allow our reputation to be battered further. So, in a nutshell, until this matter is resolved and we are purged, we in the minority will not vet. Will not. And let's send this signal out there. If the majority do not value their reputation, we value our reputation. Today, we are not vetting. Chairman, I look into your eyes with the greatest of respect. We will not vet. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I have listened to both sides of the House. Okay, so I will recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've served on this committee for more than 2 terms. And I must say that I'm highly affected by the accusations and the perception out there that we have been found to be taking monies from nominees before approving their nomination. And I think I must say that I'm seriously hurt by this continuous occurrence of such accusations. And as a group, the minority, I feel that in order to protest and purge ourselves of this accusation, it is very important that we call off the vetting now. Because for the simple reason that members of this committee for this particular term are not just any group of people. Most of us are the leadership of the party, of the parliament, and it is very important that we purge ourselves of that accusation before we can continue with the vetting. This is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Hajaladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we've deliberated for quite a long time. I have listened again to our brothers and sisters on the other side. I appreciate all that you have said. And we agree with you that our reputation is at stake. No two ways about that. Because all we are talking about is out there. But like I earlier on suggested, today, the vetting today is what I have continuously pleaded with you, that let us continue, let's put a human face to it. Because, one, we have not communicated to those who are here today. But here we are saying that we have no issues with them. Two, they are here already. Three, for some of us, it is today and now that we have been involved in the discussion. We might have heard all that, those things on social media. But once we are working as a team and we are discussing as one people, because being members of the same committee, we are each other's keeper. I will continue to plead that you kindly treat whatever is on the table with some human face, so that at the end of the day, those who are here will not see us as extending another person's pain onto them. You have, though out of not using the mic, asked whether I have taken money. Money cannot be everything. Money cannot be everything. I think our reputation is highest. If it were for money, some of us maybe would not be here. So please, Mr. Chairman, I think I just want to add my voice and to also tell the general public, no matter where you find yourself, excuse my language, even if you were just sitting in the market, please, certain utterances do not help us. It doesn't help us in any way. So let us be very careful and conscious of the things that we say, which will come back, bite us, and would now be running around and pleading. So the minority side, I wish to still urge and plead that you should forgive and forget, and let us continue. I am saying you should forgive and forget, and I've seen you saying, hey, forgive, yes. If you think that we are not going the same way you want, you forgive us, because this is how we also look at it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
But your side have spoken, but you are not the chair. Chairman, you see, it's not like we are not forgiving.
Honorable Anodonpre, I think you
have not recognized me.
A bite on this issue.
Yeah, but I just wanted to, as a follow-up, it's a follow-up to my good friend. You see, it's not like we don't want to forgive. We care, but I also want to ask you a question. The first allegation was directed at your side, majority side, and then the chair was robbed in. Is it the case that you don't care about your reputation? But don't forget, this is an institution. Parliament. Parliament has been impugned. We don't even have a basis to sit here. You are told you are corrupt. You've been taking money from nominees before you sit, before you approve. And then, shamelessly, you still come and sit. Oh yes, I'm speaking in context. You still come and sit.
Honorable member, please withdraw the word shamelessly and proceed.
Well,
withdraw. Please withdraw.
I said in a certain context, but if it's the case that is offensive, withdrawn. You have been accused. You are being discussed in the media as taking bribe, and you don't find it offensive. And you say that we should forgive. We won't get to the bottom of it. We should still come and sit here and behave as the ostrich. Nothing is happening. And we go ahead. We in the minority side will not support you to do this. We won't inflict further pains on Parliament. We have suffered too much. It's not okay. It's not. Chief Whip, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. So what we are saying is very simple. Mr. Speaker, suspend sitting, suspend vetting. The nominee knows it's not about him. We are not being personal. Your visitors, we apologize to you. Go back and come back another time when the committee so decide. If it were you, you will react in the same vein. I am very pained. Since Monday, since Saturday, the weekend, and I got calls, my children sent me the allegation. Daddy, are you taking bribe before you do your civic duties? My constituents send me messages. Are you guys taking bribe before doing your civic duties? Chairman, we beg you in the name of God. Let us come together and fight as a block. Let us fight this allegation as a unit. For once, let's put our partisan positions aside and deal with this young man for him to know that indeed there are parliamentarians who discharge their civic responsibility, our patriotic responsibilities, without necessarily taking money from people. This cannot be entertained. I mean, we can't vet today. We can't vet today. We can't vet today. And let it be said that the minority are against it. We can't vet today. That is my position. And if you don't care about your reputation, we care about our reputation. Because they've put together all of us. And they said that the institution Parliament. And this is the first deputy speaker. A man who has discharged his legislative function with a lot of respect. Honorable, we have never heard anything untoward about your reputation and about your persona. We cannot sit and allow people to run you down. You are the Speaker of Parliament. This is an affront on the institution called Parliament. It's an affront on all of us, and we are not going to sit down. There should be no vetting. There will not be any vetting today. There will be no vetting today. No, there will be no vetting. We're saying it, I'm repeating it. There will be no vetting. And let me say it again. Maybe just to rehash. Honorable Boamah, it's not about you. And you know we have a relationship. I will not do this.
Honorable,
it's not about you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, please don't be repetitive.
Yeah, I will not be repetitive. And also, his supporters who came with him. It's not about you. It's a principal position that we expect everybody here to appreciate. We can't allow this to go on. Mr. Chair, on this occasion, I invite you to suspend sitting.
Honorable Honorable Habib, you had the floor, so please take it easy. Please take it easy. Please, the point of information on what the whip has said. Is it point of information on what the whip has said? So please, please. Honorable Chief Whip, minority, I agree with you, except suspension of sitting. And these are my reasons. I want to place it on the floor that myself and the majority side, we care about our reputation. We very much care about our reputation. We are a country of over 33 million. If you allow a derogatory statement from one person to bring the country to a halt, then I do not think we are doing a good service to our mother country. In the spirit of serving our mother country, I plead and urge upon the minority members to let us do the vetting today. My second reason is to the effect that if you suspend vetting today, the impact will not be on the person who made the derogatory statement, but the impact will be on the nominees we have programmed today to vet. So in effect, we would have been punishing them for a crime that they are not responsible, for a statement that they are not responsible. We have fixed tomorrow to deal with the maker of the statement. So therefore, I will want to touch the soft part of your heart to let us proceed in the spirit of consensus to do the vetting for today as the clerk carried out the order of the committee to invite the maker of the statement to appear before us. Then we can deal effectively with the maker of the statement. So I sincerely plead with you to proceed to do the vetting.
We want to help you to navigate, and in this house, leadership has an inherent responsibility to help you navigate. And I see, with respect to you, you are struggling to convince us. You said you appeal to our soft heart. Indeed, we have heard you. We've heard you, you've spoken, but we are also in pain. We are in pain, deep pain, because, and we are also concerned about Parliament as an, not to vet today will not be injurious. Let's establish that point. It will not be injurious. We are not saying we will not vet the nominees, but we are saying today, we will hear you when you say we have invited the nominees, we have given them prior notification, they should be here. Fine. We are all Ghanaians. They also care about the reputation. Honorable Boamah, he cares about the reputation of Parliament. He cares. And this is a very respected institution you are appearing before, Parliament. And you are being told that the very institution, you are going to be Minister for Defense. You go out there to other jurisdictions and they say that the very institution that vetted you is corrupt. How are you going to feel? How are you going to feel? Mr. Chair, I appeal to you. We have staged a number of compromises already. check order 3, I think for the first time, and kudos to the minority. The names came, we assume that they have been referred. We've done all this. Yes. So on this occasion, I'm sorry. On this occasion, Speaker, we are sorry. We cannot go with you. We cannot go with you. And the Omane Boamah has something to add. Yes. Go ahead.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, like you said, we agree with the sentiments shared by the minority side. But clearly, there appears to be a deadlock regarding whether to proceed with vetting today or not. And I think that when at a committee, Chairman, please, if I may, when at a committee there's a deadlock regarding how matters should proceed, we take a decision. Now, if we cannot build consensus on this matter, I submit that we take a decision. Chairman, look, 4 years ago, the allegation didn't even come from an outsider. It came from within. Vetting proceeded. Vetting proceeded until the matter was dealt with. Two, State versus Autry. State versus Autry. A multitude of suspicions do not constitute proof. So Parliament cannot be incapacitated from performing its functions because some persons have made some allegations. 3, Mr. Chairman, remedy, a procedure has been provided under law for which we have a remedy to deal with this matter. That procedure, Chairman, has been properly invoked. So this further submission that until we resolve the matter in pursuance of that procedure, we cannot continue to work as an organ of state. With all due respect, it's untenable. Chairman 4, government business. And as the majority chief whip, who is the avant-garde of government business, I think that government business cannot be incapacitated this way. Otherwise, tomorrow there will be an orchestrated people who will be sending defamatory comments about Parliament, because they know that Parliament will react like an eel to heat. That once a defamatory comment is made, Parliament will recoil from performing its functions under the Constitution. So I've been pleading that, Chairman, we have heard all the arguments at conclave. So let us proceed to work, to do some work today. Honorable Anodompre. Yes, my reputation has been questioned, but there's a procedure provided, properly invoked under law for that to be dealt with. So I cannot, no, a suspicion does not render me impure. Yes, but that forum is for tomorrow. So, Chairman, it appears that as for the committee, we must do some work appointed to us under the Constitution today. I pray you, let's make progress. Chairman,
I recognize Honorable
Order 284, let's make progress.
Please, we haven't gotten to Order 284. I am the chairman. If you get to Order 284, I'll announce it and call the clerk to take over the proceedings. But we are at a stage still building consensus.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I believe the minority has made a position known on this very disappointing allegation by Boamah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the integrity of colleagues are on the line. Parliament's own image is on the line. Your own image as a practitioner for over 25 years or 23 years is on the line. Mine, 16 years, is on the line. Roxy, my classmate, Afenyo Make, my classmate. We are all hurt by this very, very unfortunate incident, Mr. Chairman. We believe that we don't have to get to the situation of invoking Order 284 to take a decision. We know you are in the majority. A decision will be taken, and what next? You win the vote, and you need our side on the committee again from tomorrow. I don't believe that is what you want to achieve as chairman. So far, we've produced consensus reports on, I think, all the nominees. And our side has been very cooperative from the time we suspended the rules and Order 3 to date. We've come, we've asked all the questions, we've generated our reports. Nominees have been approved, some have taken their seats as ministers. So I believe that at this point, where we are having this disagreement after about 2 hours of wait by the nominees, we need to, Chairman, I'll wind up soon, Chairman. We need to suspend sitting, take a break, and go and confer and come and take your decision finally. Thank you.
Chairman, sorry. Chairman, can I?
Honourable members, I want to hear from the ranking member.
But Chairman, let me say something before the ranking member come in. Chairman.
Honourable Habib,
Chairman,
I have given you the floor. I cannot give the floor.
But we haven't taken money, so we can't continue to do that. That's why there is only your term. But that person that is labeled. But if that person, is that an issue?
Chairman. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to make my views known on this matter. I have a couple of issues to bring to the attention of all of us. Issue 1, the views expressed by Honorable Ladi to the effect that he's pleading with the minority to allow vetting. I must state that it is not about the minority opposed to a vetting. It is about the matter in issue, which is an express statement which alleges that the chair of this committee has been demanding money from nominees of his own government. 2, that the members of the majority caucus who are members of this committee, the NDC members of this committee, have been demanding money from its own nominees. We know, and it is a notorious fact, that Mr. Boamah is a member of the NDC fraternity. It is a fact. That's your view. this posture of people not allowing views to be expressed must be stopped. It is a notorious fact that Mr. Boamah is a member of the NDC tradition. And this is coming from him against the NDC members on this committee, with its vicarious effect on the entire members of this committee. So raising, yes. What it means is that you have done something, as he claims, but we share in that liability with you as the minority caucus. It is in that spirit that we say that let this matter be properly resolved for all of us to have a way forward. Issue 2. That I anchor on the submission by my respected classmate, Roxanne Eche de Fiamapo. He argues that in the circumstance of the 284 should be triggered. There is a matter of reputational effect. And you are saying that, well, the NDC side of this committee doesn't care. So there should be a vote so that the majority will carry the day. May I remind my respected colleague that the enterprise we are in is a perception-driven enterprise. And it's not about you proceeding. Now, maybe you've not thought about it, but just for the sake of argument, and at the risk of sounding a bit unfair to you, have you thought of the situation where you insist on a vote, you win, and you say you are proceeding? So perhaps if we want to boycott, we should boycott. Because after all, it is you who is most affected and you don't really care. Are you then lending some weight to what the man said? Or it's about running with your tail in between your thighs that, hey, you don't want to, touch him? Or because you think that he's of your tradition, so you don't want to? No. The thing has gone beyond NDC. And as Mr. Kennedy Japan once said, this is about systems and policies. This is not NDC or MPP. This is the institution of parliament. Third issue. Chairman, you have directed the clerk to the committee to invite the, I wouldn't want to say contemnor, but the person who is making this allegation. He put it on social media, and media houses, traditional media houses, are discussing this matter and all. You have directed that he be invited here so that tomorrow we suspend the sitting for tomorrow and at least proceed to do today's sitting. But may I remind you, Mr. Chair, that yesterday this matter was brought to your attention as the head of this committee, and to the best of my knowledge, the understanding was that this matter will be dealt with. It appears that we are not adding on this aspect of, in view of the matter still remaining unresolved, whether or not to proceed or not to proceed. Chair, in all humility, let me pray that you suspend sitting for us to go into conclave, to further deliberate and abide by whatever we'll be able to conclude, so that we proceed. And without overstretching the argument, we have, by consensus, passed all your nominees except one, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofiboa, which we are yet to take a decision on. But all others, yesterday's vetting, all others, we don't have a problem. Sometimes our own side feel, you see the social media, they think that, oh, why is the minority side being all, cooperative? But we know that in governance, you don't oppose for opposing sake. You must find reason. So we are ready to take responsibility just for the sake of our democracy. So that side we don't have a problem. Where we have to say no, we'll say no. Where we believe that this one, we've been in government before, so we know that the wheels of government must be in motion, and we must have cause to say no or yes. So, Chairman, if you would agree with me, I conclude by saying that let us take a short break and then come back to know which direction. To overrule and say that you are the chair and that we should proceed would not be most appropriate, in my humble view. I don't want to borrow the words of Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, who, when I was in majority and I was the leader of the House, he once said that, leader, if you want to proceed to lay your paper, there will be chaos in the House. I don't want to borrow his words. Honorable Governors Kwame Agboja openly said on the floor that merely laying a paper, which will not even amount to a vote, would lead to chaos. I'm not of that school of thought. So please, you oblige us. Let's have a break and then discuss, and then we can come back.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. In fact, I have heard a lot saying and creating the impression as if we, the majority members, do not care about reputation, our reputation. I am placing it on record that we very much cared about our reputation. Let me also place it on record that we are just from conclave. Issues are settled on conclave. It is clear from the narration that the minority have made their mind that they don't want to take part in the vetting. It is about 1 o'clock, and we program to start vetting at 10 o'clock. So let their language be clear that they do not want to take part in the vetting. I don't believe in a situation where at conclave we take certain decisions, come before the public, and then decide to do otherwise. Now, he mentioned yesterday, he was not in the country yesterday. And it is true the minority whip wants to raise this particular issue yesterday. And I said, as a committee, let us deliberate on the issue first. I do not think I am wrong requesting that. Let's deliberate on the issue first, because I believed in consensus. You walk to a meeting and say, this is what I want to raise. So if I said, let's deliberate on the issue first, it doesn't mean I am preventing you from deliberating on the issue. There was nothing that yesterday vetting should not occur because somebody in the public tries to damage the reputation of the chairman of the vetting committee and in effect members of the committee. Honourable members, let me also place on record that my little knowledge about criminal law tells me that there is no vicarious liability when it comes to a crime. This is a time-tested. Police are always accused every day of corruption. Does not mean policing should not happen in this country. That is why I am pleading that we all care about our reputation. But there is a procedure available to deal with the person who make the statement. So tomorrow we'll deal with the maker of the statement. So the maker of the statement, for God's sake, is not before us. So how can we be doing this? So once again, I plead with my colleagues that let's proceed and do the vetting, and tomorrow we will appropriately deal with the maker of the statement so that he should bring the evidence that I have demanded money from any nominee of His Excellency, the President. So I plead with you.
Speaker, we've heard you loud and clear, and you also lamented on a number of issues. We want to respectfully suggest you, and for the conclave, you can have as many conclave as you should, if need arises. So we have to take a look at that again.
Well, we'll rise for just 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Did you suspend for 2 minutes or rise for 2 minutes?
2 minutes will not be enough. 1 minute.
Well, the appointments committee is now gone into a private meeting to discuss the way forward after members, including the chairperson, leading the way to raise concerns about recent comment passed on social media by lawyer Oliver Boamah relating to some monies that have been paid to members in exchange of approval. Now let's take a listen to George Queening. George Queening is speaking to some of those who have come to support the candidates today. Well, in a tad, we'll hear that. We also know that in the last few minutes, the gentleman in question, Oliver Boamah, has posted on his Twitter handle, and he says, this is how a democracy improves. I look forward to appearing before the appointments committee tomorrow. Now, remember that at the beginning of the sitting today, the chairman had indicated that Oliver was summoned to appear before the committee tomorrow before noon. And that is the response from Oliver to the committee. Shortly after the chairperson made that announcement, members on the minority side had raised questions. You know what? Let's listen in to what we see.
Did I mention your name?
You cannot call me.
Did I mention your name?
We have procedure.
Did I mention your name? You can carry a cross you want to carry.
I know you are. I know you are really concerned about the delay. We are not recording. We are not recording. No. I know you are not really happy about turn of event, but for us to start, yeah, talk to you. You won't talk, okay? So, well, the committee has suspended sitting for 2 minutes because of allegations that have been made by Boamah that our chairman and some members on the committee have been extorting money from the nominees before approving them, and so this is what has really brought some sort of, deadlock whether or not to proceed with vetting. But on the part of the MPP, they are insisting that the vetting should not continue because it's a dent on their image and that of Parliament. But for the NDC side, they want the vetting to continue because just a comment on social media should not mar the business of the day, and so it should continue. Let's really sample some reactions from some people that came here to support the Minister-designate. And Mr. Adekoka, you've been here for a long time, and now there's been this sort of deadlock. Do you think we should continue with this very vetting, considering the severity of this very matter?
If everybody in this country goes to make allegations, then there'll be no governance. Allegations are made all the time. Sometimes you take them with a pinch of salt and then you move on. Omane has got nothing to do with whatever has been said by Boamah. So he should have his point. Then later on you deal with the guy. I mean, you don't have to come and say you are suspending the sitting. No. I mean, the guy, and everybody knows this guy, his behavior, his antics. So I think they should just come and have the vetting and then we go.
So after the 2 minutes, you want the committee to come and say vetting?
They should have the vetting. We should continue the vetting and have Boamah dealt with as they've stated. You should bring the evidence. That's after the event. But as for allegations, you are in this country. People make a lot. If you are going to investigate every allegation, we will not make a move.
Thank you so much. Jacob Adekoka is former chairman of the NDC, and his views are a reflection of the NDC that the vetting should continue, and that's the Minister-designate in picture. And I wish he can actually talk to me, but let me just try. Let me see if I can talk to the Minister-designate. Honorable, can you just share what?
I came for vetting.
Okay, sure. So like you said, he is not ready to talk. But I have with me the appointed, CEO of Cocoa Board. Please let me take a word from you. Let me take a word from you. Let me. I want to take a word. Just a word. Okay. So Shemima, good afternoon. Shemima, I know you've been here to monitor this very vetting, but are you disappointed that there's been this sort of stalemate?
Well, I don't know if disappointment is the word, but I think that the honorable members should be more reasonable in terms of the demands that are made. Hey, Defense Minister, I'm live, so I'll speak to you shortly. Right. So I'm hoping that whatever decision they take in conclave would be to the benefits of the public, because honestly, I think the reasonable course of action should have been and shouldn't have been difficult to be agreed upon, that once the candidate is here and was ready to go through the vetting, the candidate, is not the one that has made the claim against, the MPs. And so to the extent that the chair had made a demand that the accuser should appear before the committee, I think that the reasonable course of action, the practical course of action should have been the process should be allowed to proceed, because there are 5 people to be vetted today and there's no time. The MPP knows what they've done to this country. This country is in a mess and people need to take positions and begin to work. And still, they continue on this path. I think that Ghanaians must call these behaviors out. They're becoming one too many. And all well-meaning Ghanaians who voted for change should call these behaviors out. These are the behaviors that distract national development and progress. And we must see it for what it is and call them out. Nobody can justify allegations of corruption, unsubstantiated allegations of corruption. So by all means, if Oliver has evidence that people are receiving monies to vet, candidates, he should come and provide that, evidence. Again, like the chair said, the fact that we accuse the police every day of corruption doesn't mean that police people stop policing. The fact that we accuse the judges of corruption hasn't stopped justice delivery. And I think as lawmakers, they know the role of the law and due process. And so once due process is activated, I don't think they should stop their work just as a matter of protest.
Let's look at this word of, party affiliations. It's reputation that we are talking about. So let's say your reputation has been bruised. And so let's actually purge ourselves from this. And that's what the MPP is demanding. Others will say it's in the best interest.
What?
Let's purge ourselves from this very, dent.
And it will stop other claims in the past. You have said this claim is not a new claim. Almost every vetting committee faces...
Even Dafionko said 4 years ago. Yeah.
I was in the media when PC Apia Ofori, who was a member of the New Patriotic Party, made similar claims against his own side. You recall?
That was 4 years ago. Yeah.
It's not 4 years ago. PC Apia Ofori, that was a couple of...
But Dafionko made one that said within the party 4 years, but the project is still...
My example was even to go far back to almost 10 years ago. PC Apia Ofori made similar claims against his own side, that they were receiving monies before doing their work. So such claims have always come up, and if I think that the Parliament as an institution should have a more robust, response to dealing with that. But suspending work and holding the entire nation to ransom because of a claim that a citizen outside the precincts of Parliament has made on his social media platform is stretching it a bit.
Yes, thank you so much, Shamima. Shamima is with the government communications, and she's also sharing in this very development, and her views are still that of the parties, and so she expects the vetting to go on. At least there are 5 ministers-designate that are expected to be vetted today, and so it should actually go on. I've been joined by Awingo Bit, as with the PNT, and also with the Exports and Imports Association, and he's been here since morning, and I'm sure you know what's actually going on. What do you make of 10 of event? There's some sort of stalemate. Are we to continue with the vetting or not?
It's a sad day for Ghana. I believe that Honorable Boamah is a lawyer, and he should know best when to make a certain statement that will be endangering the democracy, and so far as it has to do with corruption. I used to be a few months ago, we were in IPAC together with Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah. He's a fantastic guy who was leading the NDC IT with his deputy, Dr. Tanko, and I think Kuku Yaira or who? Yes, his name, I don't know how to pronounce it yet. We were working, fantastic team. We were in an IPAC together, and these guys really fought for the party to come to power. We had a very credible election, free and fair election, that gave President John Dramani Mahama overwhelming victory as the President of the Republic of Ghana. And of course, Dr. Boamah has really deserved the appointment that has been given. It is unfortunately that we are here to support him on his vetting day, that Boamah has thrown this into the dust, and that has affected the vetting committee procedure today. I've heard the Pushka member of Parliament reason that they should forgive and forget and continue with the vetting. The minority aspect is vigorously saying, resisting, that no, they think that sitting there and then come back tomorrow. We are all aware that the chairman was very, very positive. He says that he doesn't know what the gentleman is talking about, and he thinks that the gentleman should come here before 10 noon tomorrow to prove his allegation. I was thinking that after making this public declaration, this is a bold chairman. Minority caucus should have helped him for the vetting to continue, because I tell you, the Honorable Minister-designate has been here since in the morning. I'm so more than 2-3 hours sitting here waiting for this vetting to come. Guess for this issue to crop up and brought disruption. But I am happy that the minority leader have requested that they should retire to their chamber to discuss and come back. We are only hoping and pray that they will build consensus as leadership there, and then can come back so that they can go ahead with the vetting, because the president really needs this minister to be at post to be able to take certain decisions. So far as is concerned, it is important that we have the defense minister being vetted today, designate being vetted today, and if possible, at the end of the day, if committee members so be it, see him to perform and creditably, will go ahead to do their report. And of course, we know that one minister designate is hanging. Committee will have to finish their report. Remember, I think one of the ministers was vetted, and then I think Land and Forestry Minister, yeah, Amakofi Boa. So the committee, so far so good, apart from this scandal, and I'm scandalous that such an hostage lawyer, such an activist could make such allegation. But I don't know if he has any evidence. I'm happy that the committee do not sweep it under the carpet, but the committee is summoning him to become before. So members of the committee, vetting committee, should just please and both divide. And I know that the majority are ready to vet. It is the minority that is resisting. And I'm happy that they are retiring to chamber to build consensus. Let us hope and see that and pray that they will build consensus and come back, and then we'll see the way forward. But I think that Honorable Omane Boamah deserves the seat that the president has nominated.
Samson Aringobet is expecting that some consensus will be built after committee comes from conclave, and he is with the Export and Import Association. And if you just tune in, you're watching TV3. This is the coverage of the Ministry of Vetting, and committee has gone for conclave. And it's just a matter of fact that Oliver Boamah has made some comment, and that was what has brought every business to a stalemate. And we still want to get some reactions from some persons that came here to support. Deputy Director of IT and Elections of the NDC is here, Dr. Computer, and I know you are very furious about what is going on. How furious are you?
No, well, it's expected. We had prepared for it. I knew, and my boss is well prepared for all this eventuality. You shouldn't expect him to have a free flow. This is a director of election who led the charge for us to chalk 57.7% and then demolish the NPP to a very disastrous defeat of 38.2. So what do you expect? They must flex their muscles on this thing. Otherwise, some of the issues they are, and you saw it on the platform, what they were doing is virtually because he led the charge. And then he's the one who caused them.
But the MPP was also saying it's not about the nominee.
What do you?
It's not about his persona. It's not about his personality.
You want them to tell you this? They are doing that because of his personality.
But the way I know you, if your reputation has been bruised, I know what you can do.
I am saying that this is not the first time this house reputation has been bruised. Their own internal decision, like before Macron said. You remember the issue of when the leaders, that then majority leaders, were saying that somebody came with a bag full of money. You remember that episode? Whatever that is. There's just distance. So they are aware of this. And that's why I like the analogy when he said police have been accused of being corrupt. But that doesn't stop policing. Okay? They have given a pathway to deal with the matter. He has issued this thing that tomorrow they should invite a gentleman. What stops you from continuing with the vetting?
Okay, there's also nothing wrong with maybe the Parliament's also saying that, okay, all the time it continues. We continue with vetting and proceeding. So this time around, let's take critical action, and this is the time now that they are doing that.
The action will not be taken today. He has already issued that tomorrow the gentleman will come. So what are they going to be doing today? Why are you punishing the nominee? He has no business in this matter. He has not business in this matter. He has not been vetted. There is no iota of evidence whatsoever that the nominee here has given anybody anything. They themselves are aware. They are saying it. So why are you going to punish him for that? And that is why we are saying that clearly we just know that they are flexing their muscles because of the 57.7, and then they don't.
You think they're still coming out of the loss?
Well, and those leading the charge are the people we are tracking in court. They are the people we are tracking because their seats are in question. We are questioning their seats, and because some of them have run away from service, that is why they are doing this. The court is looking for them to serve them because we have issues with their seats. And interestingly, they are the people who are speaking louder. When you know that your seat is shaky, the thing you have done, because of some crooked electoral officers, you have found your way into the house. Look at what they are doing. We will look for them. The bill will find a way of getting them.
Dr. Computer is the Deputy Director of IT and Elections of the NDC, and he feels the MPP is actually trying to flex their muscles. And reason they're trying to just, take the nominee through this very whole process. But Dr. Austin Game. Dr. Austin Game, he is a labor consultant. I saw him here in the morning, and I think he's on the phone, so let me just pause right here. Dr. Austin Game, I saw you in the morning, and I know you've been waiting for a while, and so this very development will not be of interest to you at all. What do you make of it?
Well, this is a small difference. It's a difference, it's not a conflict. It's not a major issue. It's a difference of appreciating the concerns being raised by the public, and they want to find ways and means of addressing it. Now, when there is a perception, the way to handle perception is not to take a position. If you take a position on perception, you will not be addressing the perception and therefore finding a lasting solution that you don't repeat the same thing tomorrow. The people who triggered this, or the personality who triggered this, has to be dealt with, as said by the chairman, and the concerns being expressed by the minority are all valid. But suspending the sitting, not vetting at all, based on perception that has not been addressed, does not help matters. So I will urge them, and I've gone to talk to them anyway, that they should find ways and means of resolving the differences between them. It's not a major conflict. It's not a matter that is something that can kill, should bring this nation to a halt. So I would urge them to speak to one another gently and find a way of resolving the matter without further aggravating and creating further polarization in the country. I think that's what I suggest them to do.
You know, issue of reputation is very, very key. So everybody wants to, protect their integrity and their reputation. Oftentimes, when it happens, very continues. So what if this is more like the MPP trying to, let's say, make sure that we resolve this once and for all and ensure that we don't come back to the same, problem?
I think both sides have agreed that this is a matter that should be of concern to them and the whole nation at large. So they want to find ways and means of resolving this kind of canker. And they have agreed in principle that, and the chairman has directed the clerk to the committee to invite Mr. Boamah to appear before them tomorrow, which means that they will not be sitting as usual tomorrow morning, but they'll be dealing with this matter as long as they can to resolve it once and for all. Now, so with that at the background, it is inappropriate for both parties to have an entrenched position. When you take a position, these are the costs. The cost, you'll be operating in the red zone, and you'll be repetitive of your error at the expense of everybody. The cost of sitting today, the cost of coming and not sitting today is very huge. And it's to the detriment of the 33, 34 million people of Ghana, not to the members of the committee. And therefore, I appreciate the concerns they have, but this is a small difference that can be resolved. And if they need help, we are all available.
Any layperson trying to explain this will understand. But don't you think sometimes it's just their personal differences that really stands in the way of certain things that can easily go? We can just let it go?
And that's precisely what I'm saying. That's why it is just a difference. It's not a major conflict. It's not a major problem, though it's of some gravity of concern to them. And we are all at pains. But if they accuse you of corruption, it's very, very painful. And I think I share in the pain of the minority, I share in the pain of the chairman, the entire committee. But it should not stop the work of government and the whole nation coming to a halt. So I think they can be able to resolve it. I see them trying to reach some consensus when I visited them in the room.
So Mr. Austin Game is a labor consultant, and he actually went to the conclave to actually put in a word to ensure that our business continues as usual. And he is sure at the end of the day some truths may be acquired, and that's what it is. And you're still watching the coverage of the ministerial vetting, and what actually is taking place is that the committee has gone on recess just for 2 minutes, but I think it's gone beyond 2 minutes now, and as considering the gravity of the issue, obviously it will take a long time, but we're hoping that they come with some sort of consensus for business to continue. But Boamah is here with me. I saw you earlier, and I know you're highly concerned about what has really transpired so far. And for you, I hope you're expecting some sort of consensus to be built after they come from conclave.
They have wasted time. It's more than 2 minutes. They said 2 minutes. It's more than 10 minutes. They are wasting our time. See, I'm sure that you have gone around to see the galaxy of generals, former CDSs, and that are here. You have seen the presence of the military hierarchy that is here, all to come and give backing. If the military is supposed to be at base in order that they can give protection of our nation, and you come and waste their time here, it means that you are the people compromising the security of our nation, and not Oliver's pronouncement or statement. It's not to the effect that Dr. Omane Boamah is the one who has given money. And you have this, and you went into a conclave for more than 2 hours before coming. You could not resolve the issue. You come and then you invite the nominee. The nominee takes an oath. After he has taken an oath, then you raise the concern that you have to raise. You should have raised the concern, addressed the concern before inviting the nominee to come and sit down. It is not our business to come and sit here for you to be telling us how disappointed you are in somebody's statement. So tomorrow, if we tell you that you, this appointment committee, you have been taking people's wife and sleeping with them, will you suspend sitting? It's like they want to take stones and go after every barking dog. So when you throw one stone at one barking dog and it makes noise, several other dogs will come. So you stop what you are doing and then be stoning the dogs. No, I am very disgusted by this position of the minority. Look, we have done almost 4 hours sitting and nothing has been done. We have other things to do. There is a reason why we have all come here. Don't come and take...
Moving forward, how well can we control these derogatory comments?
Are they gagging speech? Is the Parliament of Ghana going to gag free speech? We must be responsible in our pronouncement. I agree. But Parliament not be the organ that will be seen preventing people from speaking their mind. In any case, if the man has made these accusations, you think that you, the people that they are accusing, by inviting him, you want to intimidate him. You should subject him to an independent institution to check whether what the man is saying is true or it's not true. Yes, the man is accusing you of corruption, and you say that you are going to do investigations for him to prove. That is very wrong.
Bernard Mona is with the PNC, and he is also of the same view that vetting should continue. But the committee has returned from conclave, and we didn't get to know what really transpired in conclave, whether or not we are going to continue or not. But the clerk has been directed to call Boamah tomorrow 9 a.m. to substantiate these allegations that the chairman and members of the committee extort monies from nominees before approving them. And so this is what has really brought this very stalemate. We got reactions from some sympathizers, friends who came here to support the minister-designate. And he's still seated in his chair, and hopefully the vetting will continue. But the committee have returned from conclave, and we'll know whether or not the vetting will continue. But I think we can still talk to people, because the chairman has, taken. Let's still. Honorable, can you pick a word from you? You're back from conclave, and what do you think should be the way forward as it stands? Because everybody wants the vetting to control, but in your view, what do you expect to be done?
I was not part of the conclave. This is subject to the committee members are those who went in conclave. I'm here today, though in the minority, because Omane Boamah is my cousin, and he said I should come. So I came because of him. Otherwise, I have no business here. But if we actually going to take a decision, I will not say because of him. I'll have to follow the position of my party, and that's very conflicting and difficult thing,
I don't want to be in opposition at all.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's a bad one. So I'm waiting for them to come, and then let's see what decision it will be. Yeah, let's see. But the gentleman was reckless, and I think they would probably have to get a day on him, and people who allege should come and prove it. And I think because he's a lawyer, it gives some sort of gravitas to the whole thing. Otherwise,
he knows his way around the law and everything.
If it was any other person, they would just gloss over it. So people who allege, you should be sure of what evidence you have. And that is what is making the whole thing Tony. But let's see what they bring after the meeting, after the conclave.
Let's see what the committee brings from the conclave. And these are some concerns that have been shared so far. Dr. Bayo also here on the side of the NDC. I want to pick some few words from you, Dr. Bayo. Doctor, good afternoon. Congratulations. And I know the NDC, of course, your view is that it should continue. But the MPP also says this is not about the nominee. And so moving forward, it's just about the reputation of the minority, of the parliament that needs to be protected.
But there is a legal remedy, established protocols, parliamentary orders, standing orders, has an established way by which something damaging the reputation of parliament or if its committee or any aspect of parliament can be dealt with. Why should government business come to a halt because somebody has done a comment or made a comment that is contemptuous of parliament? Really, let's reason it out and see.
So 4 years ago, the former mentioned that vetting continued even when someone within accused parliament. Yeah. So it has been continuing. So this is that the MPP thinks, let's come up with this approach and ensure that we don't have a repetition of this. I don't think they may be wrong because 4 years ago it happened and we're still here.
What happened to the fellow 4 years ago? That's what we should be asking. Was the person hauled before the Privileges Committee? What did the Privileges Committee say? So, holding the nation to ransom. Look at the portfolios being vetted. The Minister of Defense. Do you know what that means? That we cannot have a Minister of Defense because somebody has made a comment? Look at the other portfolios yet to be vetted. We do not have a Minister of Health. Right? Minister of Health is scheduled for this week, so we should put everything on hold. And making reference to what happened 4 years ago is neither here nor there. If this person has made a statement, you can hold the person before the Privileges Committee of Parliament. Let the Privileges Committee take an action.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bayo. Dr. Bayo is on the side of the NDC, sharing the same sentiment and views of the party that the vetting should continue, that business should continue as usual. And the MPP also saying it should not continue because reputation is at stake. And I see the Minister-designate for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kujetu, also here with us, here to support the Minister-designate. And so we will be coming to you when the committee is back from conclave.
Yes.
Relax. Relax. But sometimes you just want to. It's not the best.
Honourable members, meeting called to order. Sorry for the back and front. In Parliament, sometimes we go through this in order to build consensus. We are proceeding with the vetting. Fortunately, I have seen a social media publication again, ostensibly coming from Oliver Baka Vomawo, JFM, that he is prepared to appear before us tomorrow. We are also in readiness to receive him. We'll proceed with the vetting of the Minister-designate for Defense. Clerk of the committee kindly administer the oath. Oh, you've done that already. Or what? If you have if you've done that already, then before proceeding with the vetting question, I have some questions for you. Ever since you are nominated as a minister, before the introduction, you tell us about yourself. Have you spoken to me on phone?
No, Mr. Chairman. The last time we spoke must be somewhere September or August 2024.
After your nomination as a minister-designate, have you been to my office?
No, Mr. Chairman.
After meeting you today on the corridors of the vetting room, have you sight your eyes on me after your nomination, announcement of your nomination as a minister responsible?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did I ever call to demand money from you?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, before I give you the floor to tell us about yourself, it's been alleged that we demand monies from the nominees before vetting. Tell the general public whether I, Bernard Ahiafo, or any member of the committee ever demanded money from you before today's sitting.
Mr. Chairman, I've not received any such call, and so that is what I can say. I'm here to be vetted, to answer the questions to the best of my ability, and with your blessings, to serve our dear nation as much as I can. Thank you.
Very much. May you proceed to tell us about yourself.
I'm Kofi Omane Boamah, trained medical doctor by profession, married with 3 children, also a health policy analyst, former Minister for Communications, former Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports, also presently Director for Elections and IT of the NDC. For the 8 years that President Mahama was in opposition, I also served as a policy advisor and political strategist to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to the vetting committee.
Good.
Honourable members will proceed by taking questions from the members of the committee. It is my pleasure to start with the subject matter committee members. So I give the floor to Honorable Amankwa Menu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah for his nomination. And also let me take this opportunity to welcome to this vetting room some past officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. I can see some past CDS and some 7 officers. They are so welcome. Doc, congratulations once again. We all know that Article 210 creates the Ghana Armed Forces. Now, the Ghana Armed Forces is a creature of the 1992 Constitution, charged with the responsibility of defending Ghana. We have men and women who
go through sacrifices. And the sacrifices they go through emanate from the kind of training they go through. We have had instances in this country where people have always asked questions about the way recruitment and enlistment into the Ghana Armed Forces is done. If you are to look at what members go through, members in uniform, soldiers, our men and women in uniform go through. Obviously, if you do not meet a certain criteria, it will be very difficult for you to really do the kind of job they do. As a minister, looking at the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces have a time-tested, laid-down processes, procedure, and the training that they go through, as a minister-designate for the Ministry of Defense, and looking at what the soldiers go through, looking at, the time-tested training or the time-tested procedure, processes, and all that they go through. As a minister, would you at any time circumvent this time-tested processes and procedure for enlistment and recruitment into the Ghana Armed Forces for political expediency?
Thank you, Honorable Minister-designate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, in the early days of the vetting process, a need arose for you to be seen as the chair of this committee and none other. Rightly so, you are the chair. I want, for the last time, plead with those who come here as friends of committee, especially from the majority, to allow decorum, what we call decorum, to manifest at this committee. I will end it here.
Proceed to give your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Knowing the Ghana Armed Forces that I know, and from where I sat about 17 years ago, if you circumvent the procedures, the rules of engagement, and you get enlisted or recruited, you are likely to suffer. And there have been some dire consequences. Some recruits have died on day one. I remember at 37 Military Hospital, there was even someone who was in training. Not that the person was flat-footed, but it was almost there. Severally, the person had to come on admission. If you have a heart condition and the systems are circumvented and you are enlisted or recruited, you are just jeopardizing your life. And so, looking at it purely from the medical point of view, I'll be the first person to advise you, if you genuinely don't qualify, not to attempt it. Let's face it, I recall 1997, when I visited, the person is still a serving officer, so I don't need to mention the name. When I visited the person at the academy, one of the first things I saw was abandon all hopes of normal life, all ye enters here. What that means, that at the beginning of the training, you are being asked to abandon all hopes of normal life when you enter the military academy. And it is not easy. If I may add, some people go all the way to the point of being tempted, and they consider and drink water that has been used to soak clothes, because you are thirsty. You are tested to the limits. That is the reality. And so I will not, and have the assurance that I will not circumvent the procedures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Happy. No. You don't have any further?
No follow-up.
No follow-up, but you have a further question. Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, we know that the West African sub-region has issues with terrorist activities. And the experts tell us that the movement of these groupings is southwards. If you look at all the countries within the sub-region, most of them, if not most of them, except probably our beautiful country, have tasted the bitter pill of terrorist attack. The Akufo-Addo government, in trying to provide security for this country, adopted two, as it were, two strategies. First of all, to have Operation Conquered Fist, where men were sent to man our borders. And then secondly, for the long-term effect, to build the forward operating bases, FOBs. Most of these FOBs are at various completion stage. And then to also deal with the issues of our waters, because we also had pirates coming in. There was the need to also get long endurance vessels for the Navy to be able to man our waters. I know that one of the vessels is waiting for parliamentary approval. Mr. Nominee, if you are given the approval, what would you do? Would you immediately work very fast to ensure that the FOBs are completed so that soldiers can move in, and then see to the acquisition of this long endurance vessels to enable our men provide the security that we so need in this country?
Mr. Chairman, the FOBs are very critical and they are needed in protecting Ghana. It is true that terrorists, and if I may add, violent extremism, has caught up with us. Successive governments have done very well in ensuring that we have not recorded any incident at this stage within the territory of Ghana. But there is also the strong belief that there are some sleeper cells of some of these groups, which so far our military has been able to contain and sometimes even push them out of the country. Where we are, we cannot do without the FOBs. And if you ask me, we may even have to consider accelerating the completion of what are already under construction, and then also identify some of the border areas. We have as long as over 2,000 kilometers stretch regarding the fringes of Ghana. And if these fighters, silent fighters who use the David and Goliath kind of a system, the asymmetry system in which they use to fight countries, are minded to attack us. They have over 2,000 kilometers to help them to strategize. What it means is that we need more of these FOBs, but not just that. You raise the issue of the naval vessel. It is not just the Navy that has challenges. Without exposing our armed forces too much, because our neighbors are accelerating their re-equipping. The truth is that the Air Force also needs re-equipping. I don't want to go into too much details regarding that. So it's a holistic thing. And in looking at this, we also need to sensitize the populace, because it is not just a matter of acquiring the vessels, acquiring the equipment. The citizens must also be conscientized so that they will be able to help the Ghana Armed Forces to detect early when these incursions are being done. And this is where I commend the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bevlolate as the envoy to the Sahel regions. Is going to assist to be able to understand, help in early detection, assist with defense diplomacy, whilst our Ghana Armed Forces also continue to engage them. And so yes, we will need to complete the FOBs. We will need to consider extending even the FOBs to other parts. It is not just the borders, even the riverine areas. There are some entry points that can also be considered. And so you can have my assurance that together with the service commanders, the CDS, and with the commander-in-chief himself, we will do everything that we must do if I receive your approval to protect and defend our dear nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll do with my last question. Honorable nominee, the Ghana Armed Forces has been going through some expansion. And one problem bedeviling the Ghana Armed Forces has to do with accommodation. The Akufo-Addo-led government embarked upon the barracks regeneration program where houses of befitting accommodation were built in all the garrisons in the country. Looking at the housing situation we have, would you, when the approval is given, make conscious effort either to continue with the barracks regeneration program or to make that conscious effort to provide befitting accommodations for our men and women in uniform who are doing so wonderfully well?
Mr. Chairman, if
a time in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But oh, the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is? Oh, sure. Go straight. Turn left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a water cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you.
When the black stars take to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach.
Why Fatika on to be dribble? The coach must go.
The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe as we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect vibe.
Have you acted? Mami Gobe Nubi, the Cocono. One Garino.
These, my dear ones, are some few moments that makes our Ghana truly special.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Proceed to answer, but be brief with your answers.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will be befitting. I visited a lot of my mates who had passed out and everything, and we saw at first hand some of the difficulties, and so we will make sure it is befitting. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable James Agalga.
Congratulations, Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, for your nomination. You are a medical doctor who has practiced at the 37 military hospital before. And I know you are abreast with the challenges that the 37 military hospital is faced with. Doctor, when you are approved, what would you do to improve upon the prevailing conditions at the 37 military hospital, and also to ensure that the Afari military hospital, which works commenced as far back as, in fact, when the NDC was in government previously, you'd ensure that that hospital is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's answered one part of the question, because if you're able to get Afari on stream, it will reduce the pressure on 37. Referrals will not have to be coming from Ashanti region upwards to 37. And 37 is used not just by serving soldiers and their families, but also veterans also use that. There is also an initiative that is ongoing, said that they are looking at building a new facility in Accra to take care of the soldiers, because it is believed that civilians are overcompeting with the soldiers and their families at 37. If that facility in Accra is completed, what that also means is that it can reduce the pressure on 37. Beyond that, we'll be re-equipping the facility, ensuring that we use innovative ways of securing drugs, so that a soldier may not be on a peace mission. The spouse comes with a child, and the child and the parent may have to be sent out, sometimes late in the night, to go and buy medicine and all that. If we put in innovation mechanisms, we can reduce the budget on drugs and consumables. And then with this infrastructure, Afari, and also the one that is being considered in Accra, we will be able to limit the pressure on 37 military hospital.
Any further question?
Yes, my last question. Doc, I think in an earlier response to a question posed by the former Deputy Minister. You spoke about Ghana's participation in peace support operations. Now, Ghana has played a pivotal role in bringing about world peace in terms of our participation in peace support operations. But it appears the level of participation has dwindled over the period. Now, what would you do to ensure that Ghana's participation in peace support operations is increased? Because, you know, beyond fostering peace, when we deploy our troops, it is also a matter of welfare. So, Doc, would you want to focus on this area and ensure that our participation is increased when you assume office as the minister?
Mr. Chairman, yes, because peace support operations in itself will be one of the innovative ways of raising funds for the Ghana Armed Forces. And there's a lot to learn from Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. They take advantage of the wet lease system, procure fit-for-purpose equipment, send them on peace missions, but then almost every 5 years will return those equipment to their countries and ensure that new ones are also procured. When that is done, the task force, that's the UN task force, that reviews the equipment that your troops are using on peace missions, get very satisfied, and they are able to reimburse you. Unfortunately, if your equipment are obsolete, you can be sure that there will even come a time that you will not be having the reimbursement that you need. These are issues that we need to go into, and we will discuss them thoroughly, look at innovative ways of procuring equipment fit for purpose, and also increasing our quotas so that it will satisfy the soldiers, it will improve the image of our country out there, and our Ghana Armed Forces will also be strengthened financially, technology transfer.
I wish you well, Doc. Congratulations.
I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dominic Nitiwu.
Thank you very much. You know, 4 years ago, I was sitting right where you are. So the only thing I can wish you is to wish you well. No, I sat there 8 years ago, and I sat another 4 years ago. So we wish you well, and say that you are going to a very disciplined institution. You would enjoy working with them. There are the few people that when they write a speech for you, you may find it difficult to correct. And so you get a good training from them. But there are some few issues that I want to bring to your attention through questions that the people of Ghana, including yourselves made comments. I feel uncomfortable that I just left there and I have to ask you questions, but it's a duty for Mother Ghana. So I will have to do that. Ordinarily, I will not do that, but of course, we are here, we are where we are. I will do that. It's about the relationship between the Ghana Armed Forces and the people of Ghana. A lot of people, including even the NDC, your side, are of the view that to do internal duties, not even deploy them to keep peace during and after elections, or even not deploy them when there are issues within which will allow the police to do that. I want to find out from you how you will position the armed forces to be able to work to help keep the peace that we have while satisfying the demand of the people that I just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Loaded question, but I'm being prompted to be brief. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. We need to understand the doctrine, the philosophy of a soldier. They are not trained principally to be enforcing law and order in the way that a police personnel will do. I mean, I'm very sure you agree with me that throughout your stay as the Minister for Defense, you hardly came across soldiers who were holding handcuffs. And I'm very sure right here, that is the situation. You will hardly find a soldier who is holding handcuff. It should tell us what their training is when it comes to even arrest. And so we should be careful not to push them immediately there is an issue to be addressed. The police must be the first point of call. To the point that the police can do it, let's allow the police to do it. If it becomes necessary to draw on the Ghana Armed Forces, it should be a limited operation because of the shock and awe that the Ghana Armed Forces visits even when they get to town. So it should not be the norm. For instance, in the last election, we all agreed that the National Election Security Task Force was going to be said that the Ghana Armed Forces was going to be on standby until the IGP has activated their deployment. We saw some few instances where we saw military people. I believe when the IGP is done with the investigations regarding the last election, the review, we will be able to understand the mechanisms that led to this movement of troops. So by and large, it is not a yes and a no that soldiers should be kept out of it completely. But it is a matter of moderation. How do we titrate their interventions such that the dominant role is being played by the Ghana Police Service? Thank you.
So follow up. Will you deploy soldiers to fight Galamsey, especially after the was incident?
Once again, the fight against Galamsey should not be viewed purely through the lens of soldiers going to fight Galamsey. There are several things to look at. Reclamation, providing alternate livelihood programs, and all. When we are clear to the people that these programs are ongoing and they are going to yield the needed results, you'll be surprised that once you are showing people of alternative livelihood programs, you may be able to reduce the numbers and the police may not be that overwhelmed. But even if it has to get to the point where you have to deploy soldiers, there are several factors to look at. There are UAVs that can do some of the things that soldiers go and do in the forest and in the mining communities. You may say that, okay, the UAVs may not even have weapons. But Honorable Minister, Honorable Former Minister, you know that there are even weaponized UAVs that, should that become necessary, that can be used. So once again, it is not a yes or a no answer. We need to look at fighting Galamsey as a comprehensive thing, providing alternate livelihoods, programs, land reclamation, letting the police do what they have to do, and if need be, bringing in the military, in addition to modern technologies that can help them perform their functions. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. As I said before,
your substantive question.
Yes, another substantive question. As I said before, I wish you well. You would look up to the Commander-in-Chief for some of the things you say, because it's the only ministry that the Commander-in-Chief, even though he has direct interest in more of them, is the only ministry that every day when he wakes up, he wants to know what is happening.
Honorable Member, please, your second question.
Honorable Minister, the second concern that the people had, and they still have, is the relationship between the armed forces and the other security services, especially the police, where sometimes you have little misunderstanding here and there and that kind of stuff. With this setup, joint training, joint operations, we set up rules for them, rules of engagement we're teaching, but still had slips here and there. And there's been massive improvement in their relationship. I want you to tell us exactly what you believe you'll be able to do to ensure that the armed forces and the other security services not just operate as individuals, but even at operation, they can operate as a unit to ensure that Ghana remains very safe as we see it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The collaboration between our security agencies have been very good, and I will not say that we should make perfect the enemy of good. We've had benefits from it, but clearly where we have unexpected outcomes, we will need to address them. The joint operations that they do can also be enhanced with joint training programs, more of such. And not just joint training programs, they can also have recreation together. Let's have more of that. If they are meeting each other, having physical training, even together sometimes, it brings them together, the bond becomes stronger, limits the level of competition that they may be looking at. And here I want to raise something that may look like a paradox. When you push soldiers to more and more be performing the functions of the police, if you are not careful, you are painting an impression that suggests that the police are incapable of doing what they have to do. That implicitly can generate unnecessary rivalry, which may manifest later as the clashes that we may be seeing. It is important to provide adequate training for the police, adequate training also for soldiers, ensure that where they need to come together, it is not just for operations, but also for recreation, also for physical training. And I believe the more we allow them to interface like this, we will be able to limit the clashes that we see, if not to eliminate them completely. Thank you.
Chairman, as a follow-up, will you ever consider deploying soldiers to polling stations in any future elections?
Fortunately, the Honorable former Minister for Defense once said he doesn't deploy soldiers. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't even understand his question.
Well, Mr. Nominee, will you ever allow the Chief of Defense Staff? It's not last question, it's a follow-up. Will you ever allow
you are entitled to one follow-up.
But he said he doesn't understand, so I'm giving him.
That is his answer. Because you've won occupy that position.
I hear you.
And your response is that as a minister, you don't do that. So why are you?
There's no banter.
That is his answer.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. I don't want to banter with you.
Yeah,
just all I wanted to find out from you, still the follow-up, he says you will allow me. So the follow-up is whether you would advise the Chief of Defense Staff, who normally would deploy on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, soldiers to a polling station in any future elections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Under normal circumstances, it's a no, 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 no. But you see, in doing risk analysis, you cannot sit here and jump to that conclusion. What if terrorists have attacked a polling station? What do you do? So it will be based on the risk assessment and the advice that will be given. And this is why the National Election Security Task Force, with the help of Parliament, must be given strong legal backing. So the rules of engagement, very, very clear, delineated, actions to be taken, and who gives the command and who should not give the command. So once we get all these ironed out, I believe that it will not even be me providing that advice, because on the day of election, I'm likely to be somewhere campaigning or ensuring that people are voting. And that is why I should not be the person who is even at that point giving a policy direction that soldiers should go to the polling station. Once we get the National Election Security Task Force clearly before us, and Parliament has a good bite at it, very deep bite at it, I believe that we will be able to address most of these challenges that we have had with the use of the military.
Mr. Chairman, last question. Yeah, last question. Mr. Chairman, first of all, the nominee has assured this House that he would follow the laid down requirements of the Ghana Armed Forces when it comes to recruitment and enlistment into the armed forces, so that we can keep the sanity within the armed forces. So I want to thank him for that, and I would hold him through the committee, whoever will be the chair of the committee on government assurance, we will hold you responsible for that statement, because we'll follow to ensure that it has happened. But there is a constitutional with it. There is a constitutional, if it follows your own job. You were supposed to keep me in check. If you didn't keep me in check, that's your own cup of tea. But Mr. Chairman, please address the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a constitutional provision I want you to give meaning to and to ensure that it happens. And that constitutional provision is regional balance. I didn't say tribal balance. I said regional balance. I want to find out from you how you would ensure that in the enlistment and in the recruitment of the men and women into the armed forces, and by stretch all security agencies, there is regional balance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be brief, I'm a student of equity, and we will ensure that all the principles of equity are applied to the procedures that the recruitment process follows. For instance, if somebody is in the Upper West region and the person is going to be enlisted or recruited, how does the person go through medicals? If somebody is in the Upper East region, same. If somebody is in Accra, obviously that person will have a certain advantage because 37 is just right here. And so we will look at all the equity principles and ensure that regional balance is attained.
Thank you very much. In the absence of any follow-up, I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Peter Lanchini. Honourable members, let me place on record that he is the fourth person to ask the question, and I've admitted questions from them in line with Standing Order 2172, which allows chairperson, ranking members, and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter, standing or select committee, persons nominated by persons to join the appointment committee in vetting persons nominated by the president. So they are the subject matter committee members. You may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister-designate, congratulations. you know as well as I do that when you are dealing with military, you are dealing with precision. And I do not doubt your meticulous nature and the fact that you must set the state. So once again, I say congratulations for this nomination. The Ghana Armed Forces has a very impressive image across the world. If this committee gives you the nod and you are finally sworn in as a Minister of Defense, you will love to protect this impressive image. How are you going to deal with impersonations in the system?
Thank you very much. We will rely heavily on DI, Defense Intelligence, to assist us. Of course, collaboration between the police and DI will also be very, very important. And then, as part of efforts to improve military-civil relations, we will enhance the receipt of feedback from the populace, such that if someone is suspicious of an individual who is portraying him or herself as a soldier, in real time, the person can launch a complaint and we address it. And when these are addressed, the aftermath of it, the punishment given legitimately and legally given, will also be made public to deter others who may want to go on the same path. And we believe that once DI heightens attention on impersonation, and the police also assist in this, and then we make the processes very transparent, also obvious to citizens, people are going to be advised. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm sure during the briefing you have heard of defense advisors. Our defense advisors carry very high our national flag, including the flag of the Ghana Armed Forces. And over the years that I've been in Parliament, at least for the past 4 years, the story has not been encouraging at all. There are conditions of service. It's nothing to write home about. And I'm sure they are very excited to find Dr. Omane Boamah as the Minister-designate. Should you not? Look into the camera and tell them, what will you do for defense advisors who are struggling all over the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the defense advisors play critical roles in the countries where we deploy them. And they work very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so it will be a collaborative effort, of course, with the Ministry of Finance also ensuring that they are assisted as much as they should. Their challenges range from accommodation all the way sometimes even to the daily subsistence allowance that they would have to be given. When you demotivate them, and some of them are even generals, when you demotivate them like this, you do not expect morale to be high for them to do the kind of defense diplomacy that they should be doing. Not too long ago, I was talking about the right equipment to assist our peace support operations. Defense advisors, defense attaches in very critical countries can even work to let us have access to aid that we may never have thought of. So we need to invest in them for them to give us the multiplier effects of those investments. Ghana will benefit from those strategic investments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. You know, by my very training, a very confident person.
Honorable Anthony, hold it. The Deputy Minority Leader has a follow-up on the second question.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. Congratulations. From the answer to the last question, I get the import that you don't have a direct responsibility to ensure that they are rightly remunerated. If that be the case, I'm owning up to your responsibility to ensure that. What would you do? Because you mentioned the Minister of Finance as the one that has to see to it, but you have a responsibility to do them. What would you do personally to ensure that?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Coincidentally, just when Honorable was asking, then the Foreign Minister-designate entered. It's a collaborative effort. And my style has always been to work together with colleagues. I've been part of budget processes right from 2009 to 2016. We contributed to every single budget of the President Mills and President Mahama administration. And we know how these go. You will submit the budget. The Ministry of Finance will have the final say. But the good thing is, with the experience that we gathered for 8 years, we will definitely be some of the people that the Finance Ministry will rely on. And we will persuade to the point that we believe that once they understand the benefits that we will be deriving from the defense attaches, they will respond. And it is part of the innovative financing of the armed forces that we have started discussing. And so you can be rest assured, I will be responsible for the soldiers, and I will work collaboratively with the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when he's vetted, I hope not for 3 days, and approved, and then the Minister for Interior and all other colleagues as well. Thank you.
The nominee should withdraw that he hope he's not going to be vetted for 3 days. It's not up to him to decide to the committee.
Chairman, withdrawn.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress? Now your last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister-designate, if you appear before this committee and you are giving 100 questions that have to do with Galamsey, you will appreciate the fact that Galamsey is a hydra-headed problem for this country. It is not just a security threat, it is both economic and social. Looking at the role of the Ghana Armed Forces from the days of Operation Vanguard to Operation Halt 1 and Halt 2, what do you think the role of the military will be going forward to ensure that after 1 year that the country has been reset? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to rest on the earlier answer I had given about Galamsey so that I don't over-elaborate. The justification cannot be understood by anyone considering the harm that it causes. And Honorable listed quite a good number of the untoward issues that emanate from it. What sometimes we don't even avert our minds to is that for people to elect to engage in that activity, sometimes they have to take hard substances and all. So that can also have its own societal effects. That is why the idea of simultaneously providing alternate livelihoods, reclaiming lands, planting on those lands when they have been reclaimed, and there are soil scientists and technologies that can help heal some of these destroyed soils. Even placing factories in some strategic locations to process some of the produce will begin to give a new face to the fight against galamsey. As we do this, obviously, law enforcement agencies will work together, the police, the military, to ensure that the laws are enforced. And that is why I said we need to also look at not just physical incursion of military personnel, but also using unmanned aerial vehicles. And some of them can even be weaponized to take care of this, because human beings, sometimes if they stay on these operations for a long time, get compromised. But if you dispatch a UAV, a drone, to go on surveillance and send you the exact picture of what's happening, who is going to bribe the drone? Unless maybe the one who is operating it. And the digital footprints of that drone and the operations can also be known. Should it get to the point where weapons would have to be used, as I have said, some of these UAVs can even be weaponized, but that should be the last resort. We need to quickly and aggressively get to the point where we get the people to understand that it's a no, no, no. The environmental and the socio-economic consequences are just too much. And I believe that with the self-purifying nature of water bodies, when we are able to do this with your blessings, within a matter of 1 year, we should begin to see positive outcomes from these interventions. It will be a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful. Thank you very much, nominee. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Using the same standing order 2177, combining it with order 6, I will recognize leadership of the minority to ask a question. 77 reads, a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee during the consideration of nominees for appointment. And standing order 6 defines leadership of the House to mean the majority leader, minority leader, the deputy majority leader and deputy minority leader, the majority whip, the minority whip, and the deputy majority whip and deputy minority whip. So I proceed to recognize Habib, Honorable Habib, as deputy minority whip. Whips, deputy whips, but majority whip and minority whip. But deputy is whips.
Road Minister, I will be invited to the debate. Mr. Norman, my question is, in your party manifesto, you promised to increase the daily allowances of soldiers to the UN. I think currently it's around $35. So what should the soldiers in Lebanon and Sudan expect?
Mr. Chairman, we have soldiers in several places. Guinea-Bissau, Abyei, Gambia, and all. They should be rest assured that President Mahama has 4 years, and whatever promise that has been given will be worked on to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Honorable Habib, do you have a further question?
Okay, Chairman, the nominee's introduction, when you asked of his self-introduction, he said he is the Director of Elections and IT of the NDC. My question is on the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission that declared President Mahama and declared the 275 members of Parliament. Have you 275. One is not declared yet. 275. My question is, have you ever described the EC as criminals, incompetent, and biased? And if yes, why?
Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Incompetence, basic arithmetic. The EC serially got it wrong. The criminality, people were transferred from their polling stations to different regions, not even within the same region, without they appearing to transfer. Bias. There were several times that we raised issues that we felt could have easily been addressed. And sometimes, as I watched after December 7, people overseas, I said, look, if the Electoral Commission had listened to us and had dealt with the free pink sheets that were floating, we may not have had these issues on our hands. But obviously, the EC will not even listen to us. As we speak, we requested for a forensic audit of the voters' register and the IT system of the Electoral Commission. They never agreed. So incompetence, basic arithmetic, they were getting it wrong. The criminal aspect, to transfer people from their polling stations to different places in a different region. And when we brought this out and we asked them, they said, oh, we had not activated the liveliness test. So you knew you could activate the liveliness test. And they said, oh, it was because at the time that the procurement was done, the liveliness test was not that mature. But if they could activate it just when we identified and put out the information, what stopped them from doing that? And so, trust me, I have very good friends in there, but whenever we had to do our job to ensure that the right expressions were used, we did it. But the beauty is that it was never personal. Beyond doing our jobs, we continued very good, friendly relations. In fact, sometimes it pains me that when our General Secretary petitioned Parliament earlier, I think somewhere April 2024, Parliament did not take the necessary steps to investigate the Electoral Commission. If that had been done, we all may not have gotten to that point. But it looks like the malaise is when you are in government, you act as if the Electoral Commission is anachronistic and sacrosanct. I pray and hope that my party in government will not suffer that same disease. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Any further question?
Chairman, I have a follow-up to this. Doctor, how will you describe a beneficiary of a criminal, incompetent, and a biased institution?
Your question is unclear because I decided to provide reasons for each of them. Incompetence.
Explain it.
Thank you, Chairman. I decided to segregate incompetence. And I said, even basic arithmetic. It's quite unfortunate that Honorable Habib is inviting me to maybe denigrate my own friend, Jemensa. How do you use Cora Draw for arithmetic?
Chairman, with respect, Chairman, Chairman, with respect, I want to remind my respected friend, Dr. Omane Boamah, that he is on oath. I can also understand that it is your desire to give a detailed explanation but respond to questions. But let me be quick to remind you, you have a duty in answering to be mindful of the third party who may suffer certain consequences of your response, which at this material moment may not have an opportunity to defend himself or herself. Suffice to state that in a political statement, one may choose to be very loose. Here, in an attempt to defend a political statement, let's be careful. I know a number of our MPP folks who this morning joined this table to say that Dr. Omane Boamah is our brother. He's our brother. And they expect a certain posture from their own caucus. If that is to be expected, then something must give.
Honorable Ranking to the nominee before us. The questioners must also be circumspect in asking the question. So if you ask a question, the nominee has provided the answer, and you push for a follow-up question, I would allow the nominee to give a follow-up answer. So I was even drawing the questioner's attention to the fact that be careful where you are going off camera, but you didn't take a cue. So proceed to ask your last question.
Chairman, I take you from what my leader have said, but I don't think my question was out of place. If a nominee have described an institution that nature, and I want to find out why he described it as such, I don't think I was out of place. You indicated that you are the Director of Elections and IT, and now you are going to occupy a very important office. You'll be the Minister responsible for defense of our country. Do you intend resigning your position as Director of Elections and IT so that you can be impartial in handling the affairs of defense in the country?
Thank you very much, Chairman. No Ghanaian should have any fear about my impartiality. In fact, I can be the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and I will be impartial. That's my nature. Trust me. And my deputies are here with me. Whether I was going to be appointed or not, I took up the job of the Director of Elections of NDC purposefully for the 2024 elections. Immediately after the elections, I told them my job was done. Amongst us, we even discussed, and we know who will be proposing to the Functional Executive Committee to take over from me. Thank you.
Come on, yes. I'm done and I'll congratulate you.
Thank you very much. But let me place on record that Article 78 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear. A minister can appear before a committee of parliament to hold office of profit. So if the party constitution so allow, and that minister has appeared before the committee to hold a political position of profit, there is nothing basically wrong about it. But always we ask, will you resign, will you do this? It doesn't lie in our hands to demand a resignation of the. So I'll give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Doc, congratulations to you. I've recently perused a document which the UN, as of July 2019, had indicated that the current reimbursement rate of soldiers deployed to go on missions receive about $1,428 per person. In Nigeria, it's about $600. In Kenya, it's about $756. I've indicated, you ain't listening. In Ghana, it's about $435. First of all, do you know about this and what accounts for the differentials? And if at all, what plans do you have to have this resolved? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Not the entirety of the other countries that you mentioned. What I know is we pay $35 daily, and I think the figure per capita is about 1,400 plus. As I've indicated, peacekeeping to countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India is serious business. They use it to finance their army, and I believe that with defense industries taking shape, some of that can go into it. Be rest assured that we are going to take advantage of the wet lease system. To take advantage of it will be to even do some retrospective study on what we have done with the resources we have received, about late releases when troops are supposed to even go on mission. These are all matters that we would have to address. It will be a comprehensive process and program. And I believe with your endorsement, if I become the Minister for Defense, I'll come back to Parliament to brief you details about where we are. Even regarding equipment, as I alluded to, the Ghana Armed Forces can benefit from equipment. Ghana Armed Forces in Ghana can benefit from the equipment that we procure through the wet lease system. Because all you have to do is to use that equipment for about 3 to 5 years. You can bring them back home, procure new ones. And so long as you are taking advantage of economies of scale, have we gotten to a point where maybe we will have to do some joint procurements? The police procures, army does same. Isn't it possible for us to take advantage of economies of scale? Equipment that both are likely to be using, or if we are to be looking at brands, for that particular brand, if we went to that brand, we can take advantage of economies of scale. And so it's a comprehensive thing that will have to be done. And it's not also just about what is going to soldiers. We are able to reduce the amount that we spend on maintenance. And it will be a paradox that if you do the maintenance more frequently, you are likely to spend less in the long run than to allow the equipment to get to before you say that maybe you are going to ensure that maintenance is done. And so give us the opportunity to serve, and we will look at peace support operations comprehensively and put before Parliament, because it will be an international agreement. New ways that we can take advantage of the PSO program to generate the needed income for our nation, to motivate our troops, and also to equip our country for us to be able to protect our territorial integrity.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, no follow-up, but a further question on this. So the military seeks to go through some very regimental training and activities. And there is also the likelihood of an emergence of a post-traumatic stress disorder and other related health issues. So there are health concerns here. As a medical practitioner, do you have any plans, ideas as to how to help them not go through all the stress and health challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I met the generals and the colonels for the briefing ahead of this vetting, when we got to the health aspects, one of them reminded me of my days with the military. You can be rest assured that we will look at health in the comprehensive way that it must be looked at, the social determinants and everything. And veterans in particular, there are some of them who still are going through a lot. I have two veterans in my home, my dad's side. And I remember growing up when the stories were being told. I remember very well, one of them even was shedding tears when it got to a point how a colleague was just killed during operations. So be rest assured that post-traumatic stress disorder, not just that, even before that, even before they encounter these trauma, there are some of them who may even have all kinds of conditions. Just that mental health in general in the country has not been given the right attention that it deserves. We will work together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that the programs that are being organized, the training, Ministry of Education, more of such eye doctors are trained. It is when you have more in the system that you can also have some for the military. Whilst waiting to train more, we will leverage on the existing practitioners within the mental health space to also assist them. And it's not just about mental health, it's a system, because the social determinants of health just will go beyond what just mere disease and ailments are calling on us to be doing for our troops.
Another question?
That's so, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominees, so how do you intend to deal with the growing threat of cyber attacks? And what steps are you going to take to enhance Ghana's cyber defense, especially in the light of our own situation? That in the very recent times, I've seen that what we used to have as the domain name, the official domain name of the presidency, has now been changed from presidency.gov.gh to johnmahama.org.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of the change that was alluded to. And since I'm here answering, I will not be able to check. But I'll say that I sit at the intersection between traditional security and also what happens in the cyber space. And that is perhaps one of the advantages that I'll bring to the ministry if approved by the committee and by Parliament. As a former Minister for Communications, I've had detailed interactions, deep discussions with people who know the galactic network very well. In fact, I've had the opportunities to interact at very high level with the inventors of the internet. Somewhere 2014, 2015, when 12 people were being selected to go and discuss the future of the internet, I was one of the people. We went to Brazil to discuss it at the level of the ITU. That was when we began calling cyber attacks, particularly on nations, as a David and Goliath kind of war, where you don't have to have too much weapons, too much ammunition, but you can deal with a powerful nation. We need to do more. As Minister, system that our security agencies hold. I brought the second phase of it to Parliament, which ensured that 4G LTE was incorporated within that system. So you can be assured that if it's at the level of infrastructure, we will work on it. If it is at the level of applications, we will work on it. If it's at the level of enhancing the human resource for IT, not just for the military, because the military cannot do it all alone. The National Signals Bureau must also complement the work that the military will be doing. And once we achieve this collaboration, you can be rest assured that as much as possible, we will be able to ensure early detection. No one can give assurance against a cyber attack that it will be foolproof. But the more you perfect it, you get to a better state where even if it happens with disaster recovery and everything, you will be able to recover from that attack immediately. It was the reason that the National Data Center that is situated right here, I ensured the construction of it. We also placed a site for redundancy and disaster recovery far away from Accra. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to mention where that site for redundancy is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to wish the nominee the very best in his new role, if approved by this very House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I proceed to a member of the committee from Majority Side, Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate Dr. Omane Boamah on your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable nominee, we are all aware the military base is in Dadekotopon, my constituency. And over the years, as Member of Parliament, I've enjoyed some cordial relationship with the military, especially the hierarchy. But one issue I'd want to raise, during my first term in Parliament, the people of Dadekotopon were seeking to get back some of their land. And the Nanado administration promised to give them some of the land. And later, we were informed that some of the land had been released. And so the good people of Dadekotopon visited the site to see their land in some joy. They didn't have weapons, but when they went there, I know the military is very disciplined, but when they got there, they were beaten mercilessly there. And at the end of the day, we lost one woman. I want to find out from you, what assurance are you going to give to the good people of Dadekotopon to live cordially with them, since we are, I'll put in quotes, the land owners. And I believe a landlord lives well with his tenant, and the tenant as well lives well with his landlord. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's regrettable that inspection of land released to a traditional area will lead to loss of life, violence against our own citizens. And I must say that these are things that must be condemned and also prevented going forward. What I will do is, if approved, call for the details, because the way the military works, definitely they must have accurate documentation of whatever happened. And we will study it and know exactly what happened. If there is the need for people to be compensated, why not? Because it is unacceptable if it is the case that the land had been released and they were only going to inspect land that had been released to them, then it must be seen as something that should not have happened. I'm not seized with the full facts. When the documents become available, I'll study them, I'll involve the Attorney General's department and ensure that the right thing is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a further question?
Yes.
Please do.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, I'm reliably informed by some widows of officers that when their husbands pass on, they are supposed to receive some benefits. And these benefits between 1, 2, 3 years. And it takes so much time for them to receive these benefits. What are you going to do to help our women, the widows, because they are in pain and they'll need these, benefits to sort themselves out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need to expedite the processes. And in fact, maybe for good reason, it's not even spouses of deceased officers and other ranks, if this is the situation. Even when people retire, sometimes it takes a long time for them to have their gratuity. And I'm told it's because the calculations are based on actuals. And so they would have to wait for the retirement age before those calculations are done. We began some discussions on it as they were briefing me. I raised issues that I would just want them to begin to exercise their minds on. With your blessings, if I get to the ministry, we will take this up and look at how best we can work on some of these things efficiently using IT systems to assist, because of what benefit is that going to be to the widow when the money is going to be received, let's say 1 whole year after the husband passes away? But it is not just restricted to them. There's even a story of a former CDS calling after about 6 months of leaving office to remind them of his gratuity. And it is something that we intend to work on to ensure that the processes are hastened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate Honorable Dr. Omane Boamah, and I wish you God's blessings in your new appointment.
I'll give the floor to Patrick Boamah.
Why are you laughing? Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations, Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah. Two issues combined. The civilian establishment. It's a very important division of Department of the Ghana Armed Forces and the military, as well as the VAG, Veterans Association of Ghana. They play very important roles towards the success of the Defense Ministry. VAG is asking you to consider the rationalization of their pensions together with some other non-commissioned officers. Is this something that you are going to take a critical look at when you assume office? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welfare is at the heart of my politics. And so anything that will benefit the people is dear to my heart. I'll definitely take it up, discuss it thoroughly with the finance ministry. We will situate it within the context of the financial challenges that we have. But you can be rest assured that we can even have innovative ways of ensuring inflows, new and additional inflows, so that we can take care of them very well. Not always inputs coming from only government, but to diversify the other sources where we can have inflows from, just to make sure that they have decent livelihoods. Because in fact, most of these people did not benefit from the kind of tiered pension system that we are having today. And there are deplorable situations in which they find themselves. And it is even also the reason why it is not just about money that people are going to receive, but also even healthcare. You can imagine somebody in Koforidua having to come all the way to 37 Military Hospital for surgery. Can there be arrangements between the 37 Military Hospital and the Koforidua Regional Hospital for such surgeries to be done? And then offsets are ensured, just to give our veterans the kind of dignity and appreciation that we have for the service that they rendered our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. I know for some time, Chairman, this is just a follow-up, that some of the civilian employees have not even received their pay slips. And it's a source of concern within that establishment, and I'll entreat you to look at it. Chairman, my second question. I'll go to my second question. You are the second medical doctor to be assuming...
You are no longer asking a supplementary question.
No.
Because you say civilian employees have not received their pay slip. Since when? You just left power.
Chairman, stop babysitting the nominee. Let me ask my question. This is babysitting from the chairman. Second medical doctor to assume the chair as Minister for Defense after Dr. Kwame Adokufo, who was the president of the Medical Council, Ghana Medical Association. He built the Defense Ministry under his tenure. I know it's also been done by previous administration. The military is an institution where they are kind of very jealous with their ranks and positions and what have you. I know you to be a very strict person, but the military too, they don't compromise. You are going to be a member of the Armed Forces Council. The CDS's role is defined in the Constitution under Article 213 or so, thereabout. How sure are you, looking at your nature, are you going to be able to work with these officers who don't joke with their ranks, their positions, having been able to serve over 20, 30 years, have risen to this level? And they say, Kofi Omane Boamah, this young man is coming to tell us to do this, like Niti, excuse my language, was also brought here as a young man to do. You know what I'm talking about. They need your assurance and cooperation, and they want to hear from you. I'm sure they are all watching you across the country and also abroad. So they want to know who Dr. Kofi Omane Boamah is, their new Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some of them are here. The service commanders are here, and that should be an indication of how even the collaborations have gone so far. Some former generals, including the former CDS, is also here. And so we will continue to engage in wide consultation. In fact, I'm not trained a military person. So all that I've said here, I credit them with this knowledge. And you'll be amazed the plethora of briefs that they have sent and the quality of the language. You'll be amazed. The good thing is that I've been with them before. I was with some generals when they were lieutenant colonels. And they risen all the way to that point. So be rest assured, medicine has a way of letting you fit in many situations, letting you face many challenges. And the same way that I treated them and their families with respect, with dignity, and with professionalism, whilst at 37 Military Hospital, they can be rest assured that when I was living 16, 17 years ago, I'm coming back even to do it bigger and better. Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, but I'll go to my last question. I was reading about the top 5 military trends in 2024. It included artificial intelligence, advanced defense equipment, Internet of Military Things, robotics and autonomy system, and big data analytics. Looking at our armed forces, which of these new trends fits into our armed forces? And I know you've been talking about modernizing our army. And I don't want to sit here to talk about our equipment base or whatever. We're sent to Akosombo with all the security personnel, and we run through what we have. All the former security coordinators, defense officers, they were all there. We know our strength. But looking at where we sit today and what I just mentioned, what are you going to do to improve in the area of technology to enable our armed forces meet the current trends in military and defense strategies? Thank you, and I wish you the very best, Kofi.
Thank you very much.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Rocks. Oh, very well, very well. Yes. Is that a question?
Mr. Chairman, to be very brief, modernization of the military is something that will be on the front burner. Whilst we pursue that, we will also not fall into the trap of, if we are not having the sophistication that is needed, it means we are paralyzed. So we shall optimize what we have. And I must say, it's very limited if you are to look at the trends, what our neighbors are doing, and the fact that we have assets in our land borders, the sea borders, and all. For instance, as I sit here, when I think of the Kita and the Volta basins, they stretch or seem to be stretching to other countries. These are matters that may even bring border disputes and all. So modernization is critical. We will not just within the context of equipment and technologies, but even modernization, the human resource and accommodation and everything, because it is when we look at it holistically that we will be able to have more from less. Our budget is limited. We are in a very difficult economic situation. And that is why when I met them, I said, we need to innovate. We need to look at even how we can projectize some of our projects to tap into climate funds. So that if we can show that we have this carbon credit to trade, we will be able to have some funds to finance the military. So all these will be on board. In talking about Galamsey, I made mention of the UAVs, some of them which can even be weaponized. they all fit into this. But I will say that let's not let technology paralyze our military, because the force that we have, the expertise that they have, respected across the globe, there's so much that they are doing with the little that they have. I know they don't have the platforms to be able to fight some of the battles that they must engage in. But even there, you talk ways of making up for the deficits. They sometimes even place naval officers on commercial vessels just so they can be able to protect some of these vessels and protect also our territorial integrity. So there are people who innovate a lot. There are people who, when supported, they will be able to do more for us. And so we will put all the balls in the air and ensure that our army is strengthened to be able to aggressively and timeously face any external aggressors. And if they also have to assist within our territory in ensuring law and order, they will do it professionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to recognize Alassane Omar. Please be brief.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Omane Boamah, congratulations. I've known you for quite a while, and I worked with you to beautify Ghana and attracting companies, which are the BPO, business processing. The question, yes, Chairman, indulge me to thank him. We had an issue, and the issue was to build the Accra Digital City. The minister was anonymous, helped me when the police came after me. Yes, it even ended in court just to make Ghana work. After putting up a very nice, converting warehouses into grade A facility opposite Awudome Cemetery. Yes.
Honorable Omar, I hope after your story there will be no question.
The story, it ends with a question. I know Minister to be very detailed and is going to perform, is going to help the military, and he's going to reform, bring a lot of reform to the sector. Minister, I have just received this from Defense Civilian Staff of Ghana Armed Forces. Accordingly, they have expressed long-standing concerns about the removal of their risk allowances during the implementation of the single spine salary structure. All efforts with this government or authorities have failed. They want me to ask you, what will you help them to get it fixed? Thank you.
So it is not your question, but their question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question has fiscal implications. And also, we will need to assess the salary structure that is pertaining as we speak now, to know how they arrive at the salary structure. Because sometimes in determining salary structure, some items are consolidated. For instance, during the ADHA days, additional duty allowance days, when the President Kufuor administration was doing away with the ADHA, they consolidated. So I'm not seized with the entire details of this. So with your approval, if I get to the ministry, I would want to engage my former colleagues. They are my former colleagues, because as a civilian employee of the Ministry of Defense, I want to engage my former colleagues, know exactly the mechanics and the dynamics, and then we will have an amicable resolution. Thank you. And thanks very much for the work that we did together to get Ghana the Accra Digital Center.
So please ask your last question.
Thank you. Minister, it's been observed that the military have been sometimes politicized, and especially having come out from these 2024 elections. In my constituency, people came in military uniform and they were not detailed to be there. The question I want to ask is, how will you enforce discipline and stop this politicization of our military? Thank you.
Thank you. It will be a collaborative effort. If you look at the Armed Forces Council, we have the civilians and we have the soldiers working together. And it's a reality that we have to confront and address. As I've said here, we need to give the National Election Security Task Force some strong parliamentary backing. When that is done, a soldier who is being sent out by an aberrant individual will know that there are consequences ahead. It doesn't mean that as we speak, there can be no consequences for such soldiers. And in this day and age, cameras are in our palms because of our phones. People may have such evidence, images of such soldiers. The National Election Security Task Force, led by the IGP, is reviewing the entire election security and what happened. Honorable, I urge you to submit such pieces of evidence to the IGP's office. And I believe it's when we are able to identify such aberrant soldiers that we will be able to protect the thousands that are decent and professional. Thank you.
I wish you well. Thank you.
I proceed to give the floor to Roxanne Nelson Hecheda for honorable.
Doc, congratulations.
Thank you, Council.
Somebody asked me, why defense? I said, Doc can even serve as Governor of Bank of Ghana, then he will succeed. Now, I want a yes and answer to my questions so that we have too many military barriers when we are entering the Volta region. Too many, just too many. Will you consider reducing them when you take office?
Yes.
It's Volta region, it's not Western Togoland. Chairman, I'm being harassed by Boamah. Second, I have close affinity with the civilian staff of the military. And I'm aware that the 13th month bonus, Christmas bonus, they do get it, but these days it doesn't come. Will you consider reinstating it for them?
Yes, it will be considered.
Thank you. Now, finally, I come from a riverine constituency in the Volta region. I have arguably the longest stretch of the lake front as a constituency in South Dine. I share my western boundary with Afram Plains North and my southwestern boundary with Afram Plains South constituency. There are thousands of people who live on islands that are days sail away from civilization. If you are moving from DJ Island, for instance, to Germany, it takes you several days by boat. When there's a disaster, we are helpless. You can be rescued by another boat, which also takes hours. Would you consider getting a military helicopter dedicated for such emergencies and health rescue particularly, in terms of bushfires, in terms of disaster on the lake, how the people can be lifted, those who are alive can be lifted out of water so they don't sink when they get tired after swimming. You know what I speak of. Will you consider an equipment of that nature?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Patricia Piaget, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable, may I please find out from you if you are aware that we have an affirmative action Gender Equity Act in place?
Please. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And may I please ask, have you had a critical look at that act?
Not a critical look, but I've read bits and pieces of it.
How are you going to ensure the promotion of the women's agenda? So if you can let me have your clear initiative to ensure that women representation increases in your ministry. Thank you.
So, Chairman, in trying to analyze the Ghana Armed Forces from a gender lens, I also went into a bit of the history of the Ghana Armed Forces, and I found the Women Auxiliary Corps that used to be something like that. We can have a national discussion on this, and also with the advice of the military. It's something that caught my eye and caught my attention, that this could be one of the ways that we can enhance the presence of women in the military. I know that the training is very rigorous, and so we may have to look at how it was done in the past. Those who can participate in the rigorous training may be categorized within a certain domain. And can we also have something along the lines of a Women Auxiliary Corps that can help improve the percentage of females within the Ghana Armed Forces? So in trying to do a gender perspective of the Ghana Armed Forces, this is one thing that caught my eye regarding the history of the Ghana Armed Forces. But I know the trained soldier will say that once you want to wear the uniform, you must be ready and willing to abandon all hopes of normal life. I know that is exactly what they will say. But I also see an opening, because at 37, professionals were sent on peace mission without necessarily going through the months of training before they went on the mission. So it means that the military can use the innovation that they have, if they really want to use it, to enhance the presence of women within the Ghana Armed Forces. It is something that is very dear to my heart, and we will engage them. I know it is going to be tough for them to agree, but we will have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, by your answer, I get the feeling that you go by the perception that women are weaklings and will not be couched to be in the military landscape. If I get it right.
Mr. Chairman, no, that is not it. But the truth is, there is a reason the 100-meter record for men and for women are different. When they are recruited or enlisted, they are not going to make exceptions. Ask them. The physical training, you see them, they have to go. And sometimes carrying of locks. I'm hearing the response from the soldiers. Carrying of locks. Women are carrying it and everything. So I'm saying that equity. Women are stronger than men in several aspects. How can the Ghana Armed Forces also take advantage of the things that women are stronger in? That will even weaken men at training. How can they take advantage? So it's going to be a very innovative kind of process. But I believe that when we bring in more people, we will be able to carve out a compromise position that does not compromise the security of even the women that we will be recruiting. And I draw on the fact that doctors and other professionals go on peace missions without necessarily going through the several months of training. Of course, we go through some limited training and then we are good to go.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm happy you mentioned that you haven't had a critical look at the affirmative action bill. But there is a clause 16 which enjoins every ministry to ensure the achievement of the attainment of equity. That is the 30-70. And that is the reason why I'm asking you how you're going to do it. Because it is very important. There's the general view out there that it is almost unachievable when we relate it to the service. But I believe you've given us a right answer by saying that you believe there are innovative ways of looking at the issue. But let's look at this issue critically. How will you work to eliminate barriers for women in taking up combat roles or other specialized areas within the armed forces?
Mr. Chairman, this is a very loaded question, and I don't know how long I have to deal with this. Because the barriers, if you are to look at it like a labyrinth, very, very long, right from childhood, all the way, from the time of menarche and all that, menstrual cycle, they all pose major barriers to women. And so it will take a concerted effort. And sometimes when I hear, oh, someone has broken the glass ceiling, I think it's an oversimplification of the issues that concern women and girls. Because whilst that person gets to that point of breaking the glass ceiling, we forget, that kind of narrative forgets about the many that fell apart and the many obstacles that we erect whilst these women are striving to achieve what they want to achieve. And even in this room, Parliament, let's check the dominance of men here. This mind, the need for us to take the act and have a serious national discussion about it, particularly NDPC, and how we can deliberately mainstream gender perspectives into everything that we do. I'm not a believer in the desk system where you just place a solitary person in a ministry as a gender person, seeing to that gender desk. If we can get policymakers at the top to imbibe gender perspectives, maybe President Mahama has shown the way. We have a vice president in Professor Nana J. Opoku-Agyeman who will sit in cabinet, who in the absence of the president will be the acting president, will be chairing cabinet meetings in the absence of the president. And so you can understand that we will begin to have the rippling effect of gender perspectives coming from the top. Ending on the Ghana Armed Forces, fortunately, the vice president will be chairing the Armed Forces Council. And the vice president is a woman. So you can be rest assured that as we work with the soldiers to have a workable document, when placed before the Armed Forces Council, that will be chaired by the Vice President, Professor Jenano Opoku-Agyeman, we are likely to have favorable decisions being made from there. But we need to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate that you have rightly shown the way. And that's why I want you to put on your gender lenses very well and look at all the areas that you need to address. It is important because we would not just pass the law and not see any good implementation of the various clauses in the law. It is important that we need to ensure that it doesn't turn into a document on the shelves, but ensure that we can. So I want each and every ministry to take note of that and then find out how best. Yours is the most difficult one. So I commend you for answers so far given. I'll be taking a very critical look of how you perform under such circumstances. And how will the Ministry of Defense collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that children in conflict-prone areas have access to safety, education, and good health care? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The professionalism of our soldiers is not in doubt. And we believe that so long as when we insert the soldiers in conflict-prone areas and we stick to the timelines for their rotations, they're not likely to be embedded for too long so that they may take sides. It is also the reason we need to ensure regional balance, that is equity in the recruitment and the enlisting, so that even in deployment, we are careful not to deploy soldiers who may take sides as they move. And we believe that once we are able to achieve this and also have facilities that can let children study and learn, even as conflicts are resolved amicably in their communities, we will be able to take care of them. Of course, it will not be like a peaceful place where there is no conflict, but at least they are not likely to be missing lessons in school, healthcare, and all. And so, as we establish some of these bases, and it's the reason the forward operating bases are very important. When they are well developed, we can have MRS systems where basic ailments can be taken care of within these bases. And it is very, very likely that with physician assistants and good referral systems, if they have to be referring, they refer to the major hospitals. It is not just about education and health, even water. This is where the military, presently embarking on an industrial drive, can also look at how they can drill more boreholes across the country, all in a bid to enhance human security. And as we enhance human security, the people will begin to love the military even far more than they do love the military. And it is when we do more of the human security that they will appreciate exactly what the Ghana Armed Forces stands for and does for the nation. This is because, you know, sometimes when your doctor takes very good care of you and you don't fall sick, you don't appreciate what the doctor is doing for you. Because we have not been attacked, we may not be appreciating the efforts going into what we are experiencing, right from the Accra initiative and all. And so we need to balance the real combat situations with the human security aspect. And I believe a healthy blend of the two will let the population appreciate that if you met a Major Mahama somewhere, you need to protect a Major Mahama. You don't need to kill a Major Mahama. He's been trained to defend you as a citizen. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. In dealing with the vulnerables, we know that in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we are being urged to ensure that we include everybody. The mantra is leave no one out. How will you, or how will your ministry promote the inclusion of persons injured in the line of duty? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are racing against time when it comes to sustainable development goals. 2030 has caught up with us. We have just 5 years to 2030. And if you look at the indicators, we have issues. Health for all is still a major issue. Issue of vulnerable, very, very critical. And the US, for instance, really, really, really pays attention to their vulnerable, including those who are injured during wars and all. Walter Reed is awashed with a lot of those people, the Walter Reed Hospital. What we need to do is, what are their needs? They can begin to walk without necessarily walking like the way they were walking previously, but assisted to walk. And we have some of these facilities in the country. We can expand it. The military itself, I would say, has almost every profession in there. The military, as part of the industrial drive, can begin to set up such outfits to produce prostheses that can help such vulnerable people. Beyond that, there are other decent jobs that people who are vulnerable can take advantage of. And within the military itself are several of them, right from the hospitals, manning elevators, administrative work, and several other opportunities that we can avail to them. The local government ministry that also sees to the district assembly common fund would also have to assist such people. They may be soldiers, all right, but they live in communities. So in looking at local economic development, how do we channel local economic development programs to be able to support such vulnerable people. These are all issues that, knowing the nature of President Mahama and his readiness and willingness to assist such vulnerable people. A case in point was the amputees who went and won a cup somewhere last year, where he parted with a good sum of money just to support them. I'm very, very confident that working together as partners, and Parliament also ensuring that when the formula is being distributed, people with disability have their fair share, or if I may say, lion's share of that. That will help us very, very much, because we need to look at them. They were once like us. Permit my saying, just with one road traffic accident, anyone can be like them. And so we need to prepare to support them, whether they are veterans, whether they are serving soldiers, or whether they are civilians. Thank you.
Your answer, you've actually prompted me to ask this question, because as a minister, will you ensure that the defense budget incorporates gender-responsive allocation to address inequalities in the defense ministry?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. And then finally, my final question. I know for a fact, and you also know for a fact, that currently in the country there's never been a female who has risen or ascended to the highest position in the military. But currently, I realize that there are some women at some other places. Would you promise me, or promise this House, that you are going to, your term as a minister, you are going to ensure that some of these women are propped up and ascend to the position of the highest, which no one has ever ascended to? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the women in the are there on merit, and if at any point in time, in terms of rank, that is being considered, and rank-wise, it is the right thing to do, is an advice that I will provide to the Commander-in-Chief himself. And he's the person who chose Vice President Nana Joe-Pokuagyemang as his running mate. You can be sure he will be too glad to have such a feat.
That's what I mean. They have really gotten to a place where they can be promoted to ascend to the highest position. Anyway, thank you very much. I know that given the nod, you are going to assist or support the progress of women in the defense service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will recognize Honorable George Kweku Rickett Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, Dr. Omane Boamah, congratulations. I know you do a good job. First of all, I would like to, on behalf, I'm sure my chairman will do that, but as a vice chairman, I would like to apologize for the time that you have been here, for no fault of yours, earlier challenges that we had. I'm only going to ask you one question, because I don't want to prolong your time here. Question is a bit, I just want your view. Obviously, matters of defense are sensitive in nature, but I'm interested in knowing about the defense budget. I realized that in the last, at least since 2020, the COVID period, to 2024, the military or the defense budget has basically been declining for the last 4 years. And then as a percentage of GDP, it's actually quite small compared to, other countries. Now, we've attempted to buy certain military equipment. I wouldn't like to, name them for obvious reasons. And I'm wondering, we are in a very difficult economic situation, as you know, in terms of fiscal space, in terms of debt levels. I know that the army is there to protect us, the frontiers of Ghana, of Ghanaians, and we need to make sure that they have the resources and well equipped to do that, including the use of modern technology. But what is your view? Is the military currently adequately funded? I mean, I know with everything, people will ask for more money. But in your view, I know you haven't been there yet, but of course, I know you, before you came here, you've done some research. In your mind, and this is a view, is the army, or just make it defense, adequately funded to protect this country when the need be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. When one of the best finance brains in the country is asking you a question about financing, you have to sit well. I try to use evidence to back my conclusions. And the temptation is there for everyone to say we are not adequately funded. So I went beyond what was inadequate funding. Unfortunately, I and Honorable Kandapa were the co-chairs for the Security and Public Safety Committee of the transition. So if you look at the dwindling capacity, and for good reasons, I don't want to mention any of that. If you look at the dwindling capacity, it's clear that we need to do more. We need to do more. And we need to be careful as a country, because the descent of terrorists is real. The derivatives of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, ISIS and all, and even in this country, even though we've not experienced terrorist attack, evidence suggests that one or two people once moved to join ISIS. If this has happened, it should tell you indoctrination may even be happening somewhere. If we begin to look at the budget within this context, then we will understand why, even though we need water, even though we need higher salaries, even though we need more roads, even though we need A, B, C, blah, 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 we need to spend more on our defense systems. But we also have to be innovative in the financing. We may have to, and I believe, move away from buying at once, let's say $100 million, $150 million, or $200 million. Can we begin to go into more structured financing where it is spread over longer periods? Particularly if we are going to be committed to it and meeting our debt obligations. That can assure them, because they know the credibility of Ghana's army. Ghana Armed Forces is not going anywhere. And so if we are buying an equipment for them, particularly if we dovetail it into the wet lease system of peace support operations, there is so much that we can have. Through that, we can have more casas to transport our troops and also to transport others. Through that, we can also have a jet that can not just carry the executive, but also the legislature, the judiciary, and other aspects of our nation when the need arises. Through that, we can also improve on the platforms that we have for our military to take action, either on the sea or in terms of having more air assets for our Air Force. Because otherwise, as we speak, we have a 3-star general heading the Air Force. But I'm sure you know, go into the air assets that we have. It's not good for our country. It's not good for our security. It's not good for our safety. We need to double up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did say I will ask one question, so I'll stick to that. I know that we'll have opportunity in the future to have more constructive and progressive discussions on military funding in this country. I know you do well. I wish you well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now proceed to give the floor to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, thank you for spending time with us on this vetting. Please, let's go to page 3 of your CV. Please, can I proceed?
Yes.
Please, you have the leadership positions held. And the last on the list, if you may read it aloud. If you may read the last one aloud.
Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Yeah. President Cadet Commandery 403 of Knights of St. John International, 1994 to 1996.
Are you a member of this, the Knights of St. John's order?
I was part of the Cadet Commandery. That is the younger ones, but I didn't progress to the senior level.
So, let's stay there a bit. At that level, so was it a fraternity of the Catholic order? The Knights of St. John, was it a fraternal order?
It is an association in the Catholic Church, just like we have the Charismatic Renewal, just like we have Knights of Marshall, just like we have St. Vincent de Paul. Knights of St. John is also an association within the Catholic Church.
So it's a fraternal order within the church?
I don't know the operational definition that you are giving to fraternal order. That's why I'm sticking to an association. It's a society within the church.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. So, in that order, in that society, what were you taught?
At the cadet level, we were taught discipline, being time conscious, values of Christianity, fellow feeling, love for one another, and the military drills that we went through, because it's a paramilitary society that we went through, also helped to shape us. We also had a lot of drama events that we performed at. St. George Cathedral. And it also helped us, even a public speaking wise. We also went on programs where people from different commanderies came together. We all met Nasamankese. That time, the Accra and the Koforidua dioceses, we all came together as young people and served God, learned a lot, engaged in quizzes, and also played together.
You would agree with me that membership was not open to everybody?
So long as you are a Catholic and you fall within that age bracket, it's open to you. When you mature, you then can move to the senior level. And it's something that one day I will progress into.
Is there a process of initiation to enable you to join at the senior level?
At the senior level?
Yes.
I haven't joined, so I'm unable to tell.
How would you react to a person who does not know about the value system in the Night of St. John and denigrates sin? How would you react?
Night of St. John, we are taught the values of Christ, Christ-like, tolerance. And so we will take such criticisms in our stride, and if there's the opportunity to educate them, like this huge platform is giving me the opportunity to share what we were taught, I will definitely share such thoughts with such a person.
So you agree with me that those who do not belong to this society and this order would not know the tenets of this order, correct?
I mean, so
you need to belong to know. If you don't, you are not a member, you wouldn't know. You agree with me?
I mean, unless you're a medical doctor, you are not likely to know the nitty-gritties of what we do.
No, I want to be very short with you. Just like Dr. Fiamakpo, my respected classmate, said. Just go straight to the point, because I know some of your guys are anxious. I would be as short as possible with you if you just stay to the course. What I'm saying is that those who are not members of this fraternity within the Catholic Church would not know a tenet, correct?
They will know some of them, but not all.
Let me stay there briefly with you. It is not open to everybody, correct?
It is
outside of the church.
No,
you must first be a Catholic. And being a Catholic, you must elect to be part of it.
Yes.
It's not the only society in the Catholic Church.
No.
So if you are not a member of that society, you wouldn't know its value system and practices. You would agree with me?
Because we do membership drive, we share some of these value systems. And I remember even those days in Pope John, I mean...
So my point is that if you are not a member, or you've not had the benefit of knowing the values of the society, you wouldn't know.
Exactly. Just like any other.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me understand you on your employment history. Page 2 of your CV. Let me know when you get there.
Yeah.
You're there. So, item 2, you didn't number it, but the point 2, policy advisor and political strategist to President John Dramani Mahama, 2017 to 2024. Were you on salary? Were you paid?
No.
Very well. As private medical practitioner, Afra International Hospital, 2019 to 2022, was it On salary?
Not on salary, but on, there was compensation, but not on like monthly salary as had been structured.
So were you working in and performing some services and being paid?
No. For the periods that I worked, I could work, let's say, for 1 month, sometimes 2 months, and then it will be accumulated and paid.
How were you paid?
I don't understand your question. How?
I mean, you said that there was some compensation, not salary per se. You said not salary per se, the monthly salary. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right, but you were paid.
Yes.
Were you paid on the table, cash on the table, or they paid through your account, direct transfer, or they issued you a check anytime the employer needed to pay you?
It was paid directly.
Cash on the table, you mean?
Not cash on the table. Cash in envelope.
Cash in envelope?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, you would agree with me? You would agree with me, Dr. Kwame, are you a free? The nominee, who is your cousin, is on oath. And you are having a convo with him. And honorable nominee, my respected friend, you are on oath. You are supposed to stay away from all external convo. Is that okay?
Very well.
Very well. Now, you would agree with me that since you were receiving your salary, your compensation, your pay in an envelope, cash in an envelope, you would agree with me that you wouldn't know whether your employer was paying your tax or not.
I wouldn't know, but I have no reason to doubt that the employer will not pay.
Have you, within the period 2019 and 2022, did your employer, Afra International Hospital, furnish you with evidence of payment of taxes on your behalf?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you furnish this committee with proof of your taxes being paid for the period 2019 to 2022, where you, as Dr. Omane Boamah, had to receive your salary in an envelope, cash on the table in an envelope?
Definitely, since it's the responsibility of the employer, I can contact the employer. And if that is what you need, definitely.
It's statutory. It's not that what I need, with respect. I mean, when we work, we're supposed to pay. It's our duty to pay taxes.
Yeah.
And you are coming into public service. That's why you stated it on your CV. That's why I'm doing this inquisition.
Yeah.
So it's not that I need. The state needs it. Now, let me move to the next point. If I understand your CV, page 2, correctly, you are saying that the last time you were gainfully employed was November 2022, correct?
Not necessarily. And I take it as, if not well structured, it will be as if I had no income from December 2022. I had. And because I'm directly responsible for that, I even have documents to prove the tax aspect of that.
Look, I'm taking it step by step. On your CV, point 1 on your CV, you have told this honorable committee that you worked between 2019 to November 2022. In fact, for the 2019, you did not provide us which month you started working with AFRA. Would you be able to provide us with the month you started working?
I'll check it.
Very well. That's fair. Now, in this employment, were you given a letter of appointment? Were you given a letter where your conditions of service were spelled out? Were you?
I was given a letter of appointment, and let me capture the context very well for you. It was a very teething hospital that I had to provide my service to support them to stand on their feet. And so, even at the initial stage, it was subsequently that the payments commenced. But I was okay because it was a service that I was rendering. It helped me also to sharpen my skills, not to go stale, while still serving my party. So yes, there was a letter of appointment along the line as a practitioner there. What I recall is the exact details of it, but I believe if I go through...
So if you say you received an appointment letter along the line, are you suggesting to this honorable committee that ab initio you were not issued with an appointment letter, which letter would have to trigger a commencement of
Initially, no, but the evidence abounds because a lot of the clinical work that we did were computerized. So if you want confirmation of my practice, you can find it directly on the digital platforms of the hospital.
Okay, Doc, so let's go back. On the November, you said you ended your employment in November. And I was asking you that from November 2022 up until now, have you been employed by any entity again, or that your services at AFRA International extended beyond November?
No, it didn't. And it was because around that time, I needed to help my party organize a national congress. And then after that also, we had our presidential primaries. I couldn't
that's fair enough. That's fair.
Time, and subsequently became director for elections and IT.
Doc,
and so I didn't make...
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So let me ask you this. So you will agree to the suggestion that your work as director of IT was not an employment, correct?
I won't see it as an employment, unless you want to construe it.
Well, let me qualify. Did you earn any salary, or were you being paid any allowance as a director of IT?
Occasionally.
Were you paying tax on that allowance?
I paid subsequently.
What do you mean by you paid subsequently?
I've addressed all my tax obligations.
Take it easy. Doc, you know, take it easy. I don't want us to make it clumsy. I don't want us to be all over the place. Take it easy. I want us to deal with the issue step by step. You know, you're going to be our defense minister. Just step by step. Employment is employment. And I want to know from you that after the Afra International Hospital, November 2022, it ended, right? You've, into the mic, your response should go into the mic. Yes. And you've also told us that because of your pay attention, flag bearership, election, and all, so you were occupied with that work, correct? Correct. So what I want to know from you is that January to December 2023, January to December 2024, were you doing any work of which you were earning salary or that you were being paid allowances?
Yes. And I have answered that as Director for Elections and IT, occasionally we were given allowance. And I've also added that for that period, 2023 and 2024, I have ensured that the requisite taxes have been paid.
I'm saying that.
But I know where you are going. That is why I'm.
Dog. Easy with me.
And it's here.
Chairman, you know that I have my good friend seated to your right. Please take it easy. Let's pick one at a time, so that we can end this thing quickly. I beg of you.
Yeah.
Is that okay? All right. Now, between 2023 and 2024, you are telling this committee that your earnings, the only thing you earn, came from your job as Director of IT at your party headquarters, where you were being paid occasional allowances, correct?
Yeah. So Mr. Chairman, this is where there was a need for me to explain this. I don't know what you see as earnings per your definition. But for instance, I have investment which I earned from, some of which have been affected by the haircut, the financial haircut. You understand? So I put all these together as my earnings, not just the limited occasional allowance that we had. And that's why I said, I know where you are heading. Because if you don't understand the question, I don't even attempt to answer it. I knew where you were heading. And that's why I said, for 2023 and 2024, that I had that personal responsibility to pay on what I was earning for those years. I have satisfied my tax obligations.
Honorable nominee.
And the committee has the tax clearance certificate before us.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable nominee. You provided me with some additional information on your investment, which has suffered from haircuts. We'll deal with that separately. But let me ask you, the allowances that you were receiving, occasional allowances that you were receiving as Director of IT from your party headquarters, were these allowances being paid into your account, or it was also in an envelope tabletop?
Chairman, it was not paid into my account.
How did you receive it?
I normally will keep it with my directorate, and then as and when I have to spend from it, I authorize.
So you were receiving it cash? In other words, cash? Because these were allowances.
Interestingly, I never went to even receive it myself on any occasion. So I will not be able to tell. But what I know is that whenever I wanted an expenditure effected on my behalf, I will instruct and it will be spent via Momo.
Okay, so you were receiving occasional allowance. This allowance that you received, which was an earned allowance, you had earned it, it's an income. Did you find out from your party, the director of finance of your party, whether these allowances that were paid you, per chance, they deducted taxes from it?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you want to furnish us with evidence of taxes being deducted from these allowances from your party headquarters?
Yes, if it's available.
Now, do you know how much in total, 2023, 2024, you earn by way of allowances that were paid you?
I wouldn't know. I would have to check.
Okay. So we are dealt with the 2023-2024. On record, you are saying that though you received some allowances, these allowances, you never picked them directly. You normally left them with the directorate, and as and when you needed some, same was transmitted to you via Momo, correct?
Not to me.
To spend, okay. So these allowances that you earn, you ended up spending them on party activities, correct?
Some on party activities, some also on other
benevolence?
people. Yes, on other people.
Benevolence.
On other people who depend on
needed on supports. All right. Now, so we have dealt with one leg of it. Now let's come to the information you volunteered, though it's not on your CV. Your other assets. You're saying that you have some investment, and these investments suffer some haircuts, and that you have some earnings. May I know from you, in the year 2023, how much you earned on your investment?
Chair, I wouldn't be able to sit here, and I believe the honorable member cannot answer same for
I'm not on oath, with respect. I'm not on oath. I'm not on oath
to answer this accurately.
Doc,
and
respectfully,
because I'm on oath, on oath, I wouldn't want to give a figure that I will not be able to.
Right, so that is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. I wouldn't overstretch it. So, given the opportunity, Chairman, given the opportunity, will you be able to furnish this committee with how much you earn in 2023 from your investment? Would you be able to furnish us with it?
Yes, I will.
2024, did you...
Public Bank.
2024, did you earn some income on your investment?
Yes.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to? Very well. Now, in your tax assessment, did the Ghana Revenue Authority have the opportunity of knowing all that you had earned by way of investment income?
Yes.
Now let's go to the tax.
Please, since you have your tax returns with you, now, it's a one-page document. Do you have it with you, please? You've stated there, 2023, turnover 34,858. It is stated there, yes. Turnover 34,858. Chargeable income 34,858. Is it the case that you provided these figures to GRA, or they sifted same from the document you provided?
I have a tax person who helps me to do it. So I provided the information, and then this was the assessment that was made.
Which information specifically?
The earnings and everything all put together.
Through you mean?
Through the the earnings from the bank, that is 2024, 2023, and also a fair idea of what I had instructed to be spent from the support that the party had given me in terms of allowance.
So do I take it that the 2023 assessment is a combination of your investment with Republic Bank and the allowances that you earn from the party headquarters, correct?
Exactly.
Same to 2024,
exactly.
Correct? Very well.
That's what I was trying to explain initially.
Yes, but I have to ask you, then you provide the answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
Very well. Are you able to furnish us with the details of this investment as you've referred to?
Yes, I can.
Doc, have you had the opportunity to talk to Honorable Dominic Nitio?
Yes, because we served on the transition committee together, and I had to also, as chairperson for 2 subcommittees, I had to also sit in as chair for the infrastructure subcommittee, and he was the chairperson there. So we co-chaired that, and subsequently we also discussed the Ministry of Defense when my appointment was announced.
Per your date of birth, you were 75 born, correct?
True.
And per the public records of Honorable Nitio, he's a 1977 born. I'm in disclosing that to you.
He's my junior brother.
I'm saying that he's a 77 born. So, with the benefit of that, what inspiration do you draw from him? He being younger your age, but having successfully managed the ministry for 8 years. How does that inspire you as you get into the ministry? How does that inspire you?
I don't think I would want to engage in ageism, as in young person or old person. Look, young people in this republic have served our nation very well. Old people have also served our nation very well. And the converse is true. Some young people have also performed terribly, and some old people have also performed terribly. So I always don't like it when we try to frame appointment of young people around their ages, and then when it comes to appointing old people, we seem to think that is okay.
Relax, you are not in a box. You are not in the box. Back to your CV. You have item 3 on page 2 of your CV. Ministry of Communication, February 2013 to January 2017. Then, next one, spokesperson to the President of the Republic of Ghana and minister responsible for information, July 2014 to January 2017. Please clarify that for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The evidence speaks for itself. Between 2013 and 2017, I was the Minister for Communications. So for the entire 4 years, I was the Minister for Communications. Between July 2014, that is 1.5 years after becoming Minister for Communications, Ministry of Information and the responsibility to speak for the President was added to my portfolio. And so that also lasted up to January 2017. So if you put these two, let's say, on a time scale, you realize that the Ministry of Communications one will start and the information one will be 1.5 years afterwards. But they all terminated at the same point, January 2017, specifically 6th of January.
Which means that within the period, the Information Ministry was collapsed.
It was realigned. It was merged with the Ministry of Communications.
Doc, when your party was enacting its manifesto, did you play any role in the enactment regarding the defense policy of the manifesto?
Yes, because, and it's not just in 2024, since 2004, I've always had the privilege, whether directly at the committee level or after the document is put together, to review the entire document. And I remember very well, in reviewing the 2024 one, I was far away in London when the document was sent to me, and I reviewed it.
So you were not actively part, so to speak?
Actively part how? To review an entire document is a very laborious and energy-sapping job. So it was a very active process.
So what you're suggesting to this committee is that you were being prepared for this portfolio from what you just said?
I was asked to review the entire manifesto. Mr. Chairman, that could mean I was being prepared.
You mean the entire manifesto?
Yes.
Okay. No. That's what I'm saying.
For.
Wait. You see, Doc, earlier I said, take it easy, you are not in the box. Perhaps you didn't understand me. You see, I am asking you very specific questions to enable us make progress and finish quickly. You may have to pay attention to the specifics. When you do general, then I may have to do some follow-ups. You get what I mean? So please, you pay attention. let's deal with the defense policy of your manifesto. I'm saying that the enactment of the defense policy in your manifesto, were you part of that enactment?
Can you explain? Are you saying that was Dr. Omane Boamah a member of the defense subcommittee of the manifesto committee?
It is so.
Thank you. No.
Since your nomination was sent to Parliament, have you had the opportunity to engage the Defense Ministry and its hierarchy?
Yes, I've had the opportunity, and I've also had the opportunity to engage members of our defense subcommittee of the NDC manifesto.
Please share with us. I believe they've taken you through an 8-year of an administration, the ups and downs. Share with us the success stories they shared with you during this debriefing.
Mr. Chairman, one, we've been able to sustain no terrorist attack within the territory of Ghana, which is good for our country. By the time we were leaving office, there had not been any such attack. And as we speak, there has also not been any such attack. Great for our country. Again, in terms of embarking on the modernization of the army, the Ghana Armed Forces, we've seen increased recruitment. Of course, right here around this table, challenges like regional balance and the need to ensure equity and all those things have also been raised. And mainstreaming. That is also something that I would say was shared. Then the FOBs, that is the forward operating bases that are being constructed. Unfortunately, implementation has not matched the intention behind it, and that is something that I will pursue critically if I'm given the nod. Then, in terms of modernization efforts, were being made to procure some naval vessel, but intention is one thing, being able to operationalize it. And I believe because of the terrible economic situation, so it became difficult for the government to be able to procure it. And so we believe that governance is a continuum. And when we say we want to modernize the Ghana Armed Forces, it is not just a one-off thing. It's not an event. It will take the incremental additions that successive governments will be engaging in to be able to get our country's armed forces to the level that it must be. And then, if I may add, also the alternate to 37 military hospital, that is also being considered. I have not seen it physically, so I will not tell the stage where it is, financing arrangements and everything. But at the right time, I believe the government will be seized with the right facts about them.
So you've outlined 7 success stories that at least the ministry has shared with you as achievement for the past 8 years. You've also said that on the terrible economic situation has affected one particular item.
In fact, it cuts through.
Right, it cuts through. All right. Now, in terms of our military, in your briefing, did you come across any information to the effect that the men and women in uniform are owed salaries because of the economic situation we find ourselves, whether they are owed, their salary payment is not up to date? Was there any such information?
I didn't inquire about that. That is something that we can ascertain.
Given the opportunity, would you want to ascertain and get this committee to know?
I believe this is information that Parliament even will have much more power to derive it than a minister-designate. It is even out of courtesy and in advancement of our democracy that a ministry will entertain a minister-designate. So if Parliament wants to know whether there are salary arrears regarding the military, it will be good for Parliament to request. Unfortunately, there's a finance minister in place. Maybe through that channel, you'll be able to have good responses.
Honorable nominee, you are the sector minister designate. You've received briefing. And obviously, the income, the salaries of soldiers, such a critical thing, it's not something to be taken for granted. I'm saying that, don't you think that if November or December were to be outstanding, you would have been told in the briefing?
It's my value judgment that you are seeking to derive on something that the answer should be factual. So I'm saying that if Parliament wishes to know this, Parliament should write to the appropriate quarters. I cannot sit here and pass a value judgment of the many things that were discussed, how they should have prioritized that. I don't want to go in that direction. What if I think so, and it ends up that that my thinking may not be the exact situation? So I'm pleading.
Well, question asked and answered. Let's make progress. Honourable member.
Honourable nominee, my next set of questions will be anchored on some documents. To be fair to you, I've made copies and I've actually labeled them, and I have sets of questions, and I'm giving that to you, those documents to you. I have those sets of documents. So with the leave of chairman, we'll pass it through the clerk so that you have it, and then we'll do some exercise on that. Is that fair?
Please do.
Chairman.
So, Honorable Minority Leader,
you do us a favor, the particular one that you are referring to, you draw the nominee's attention to it so that he can also be on the same page with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Chairman. I've numbered them, please. Okay. Please, let's deal with number 6, please.
606.
Please, are you there with me? On number 6, was that document authored by you, please?
The MPP stopped spreading fake news from the Flagstaff House. We know the Boamah campaign admits J.D. Mahama will win the December 7 elections. The NDC is not complacent. J.D. Mahama is focused on winning with 2/3 majority in Parliament. MPP fixed Dumso and the economy. Yes.
Now, let's deal with line 1. Line 1, first sentence.
No.
At the time you wrote this, was there any such place called Flagstaff House?
Mr. Chairman, it is only by the good nature of President Mahama that his administration has sustained the name as Jubilee House. Otherwise, by now, the name would have been changed to Flagstaff House again. We all knew the place as Flagstaff House. So if you are referring to the seat of the president, that is Jubilee House, then that was referring to the Jubilee House. But everybody knows in this country, and this is not an official document. This is social media. If I write Flagstaff House, everybody knows exactly where I'm referring to.
Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boamah, you are on oath. I'm asking you a very simple question. That from this post, was there any place by Flagstaff House? If you want to say that you were referring to Jubilee House, say so.
Yes, I was referring to Jubilee House.
Very well.
But isn't it interesting that the 2/3 majority in Parliament, okay, is something that if I discuss today, I must be a very good poster. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good poster indeed.
Chairman, if you are encouraged by what the nominee would want to veer into, and I take him there, don't again say that time. I have asked him a very simple question, and I've moved away. If now that is the style of the nominee, there's no problem. I would want us to get in there. Well, I don't really mind the invitation. Please. Let's come to number 2. Read for me the first sentence. Read for me the first sentence.
Lest we forget. Yes, you labeled this as number 2.
Yes, is there?
Yes. lest we forget.
Move to the second one.
The MPP sloganeers of Ghana Beyond Aid afflicted Ghanaians with unprecedented unemployment and choking national debt, leading to pensioners demonstrating. Yeah.
Do you stand by that?
True, I stand by it.
Very well. That's fine. Did you author criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials?
Which document are you
still on to?
Unfortunately, I don't have that here. That is not on the two I have. Okay, so I think I have this. So the two are, now let's name 1, 2 alpha, 2 beta, so that we can have different twos. Because I have 2 of the twos now.
The one that was just brought to you, let's focus on that one.
Yeah.
You identify that as your document, a document that you authored.
Yes.
Read for me the first paragraph or first sentence.
Criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region. A minor with Ghana card.
The first sentence.
That read, criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region.
Do you stand by that?
That was a report I received, and at that time they even sent the photos and the NIA card of the minors. It was during the registration exercise. It was our team that were going around that brought the report. Mr. Chairman, there is no way I'll put out information that is not coming from a credible source. At best, that a credible source may get it wrong. But in this case, they sent the images of the Ghana card, images of the children, to us. That was it. Because I have always maintained that there's always so much that you could use against your opponent, particularly the MPP administration that just left office. So there's no need to dabble in rhetorics that could not be verified. I was the very person who pursued for 7 months the chunk of ballot papers that were arrested on the 7th of December. I have the evidence how I authorized the operation the 6th of January around 10 p.m. and how I finally authorized the operations around midday of the 7th of December. And it proved to be true. So I'm saying that I will never, never, never concoct something. Never.
Please, you've answered the question. Any further question?
Did you verify the supposed information to ascertain?
We had all, with great effort, demanded even NIA to even publish district by district issuance of Ghana cards. NIA wouldn't budge. Where was I to verify this from? If your officers on the ground have sent you the evidence that this is Ghana card, a minor that is being registered, if I could have any other way of verifying, why not? I would have. But I had no doubt about it. And I'm saying that all the sources, including theft of biometric voter registration kits from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, I got them from sources.
Honorable nominee, the question has been answered. Let's make progress. Honorable nominee, try as much as possible to avoid repeating the answers. Just go straight to provide an answer to the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Doc.
Lawyer.
The criminal NPP, that statement, if somebody, MPP, does not operate in name, MPP operates through individual party members and leaders. In your earlier answer, trying to justify what you wrote, you said, among other things, that your officers on the ground gave you some feedback and you had no reason to doubt them. Were they able to provide you with names of individuals who, according to them, were involved in this criminal act?
Yes, at the time they did. It's unfortunate, I mean, like we all not trace back to get those details. But if my memory serves me right, I can even mention a particular constituency where that thing was taking place.
Honorable nominee, there's no need to mention the particular constituency, so let's make progress.
So you do not really have available to you the names of those individuals who were involved in this criminal act that you refer to in your post?
At this time, I don't. At the time, I did. Because I've dealt with far more critical issues, data of corrupted voters, register files, and all those things. At the time, I did. At this time, no.
Can we go to 3?
Is this 3?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Has it been marked 3?
Yes, it's been marked 3.
What is the headline there? Can you read?
Omane Boamah condemns MPP's liberal land looters.
Did you write that NPP had looted state land? Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
Tell us the basis of your assertion that MPP had looted state lands.
The basis is that the lands are administered by a government. The lands are administered by a government. And from the narration of the people who were trying to take possession, at 2 a.m., they had claimed it was theirs. Who else can give the land to them apart from the government of the day?
Doc, I've known you for some time.
Very long time.
And I know what is a political statement and what is a statement of fact. In the story, referring to Ghana International School, the security, and the fact that somebody followed that tipper truck to pour some gravels and all. In all fairness, is there anything stating that the person had actually acquired the land from the state and that person is an MPP?
I think you are, no, but I think you are taking it as, when we say a land looter, it is just the one who is going to benefit from it, a beneficiary. No. No.
Educators, I'm happy.
In fact,
I want us to delve into this and stay here for a little while. No problem.
In fact, I think when it comes to land looting, the politicians in office who sit and allow this unconscionable enterprise to happen are more looters than even those who benefit from it.
Honorable nominee, are you familiar with Cantonment? Very well.
I've lived there for 7 years, so I should be from 2010 all the way to 2016. Yeah, so 2016, 2017. So I'm familiar with cantonments.
Are you familiar with how land transactions between the state and private persons take place? Are you familiar with it?
I don't know the extent that you are alluding to, so I will not be able to say yes.
Are you familiar with Ridge?
Yes, at least. We all drive past Ridge. So, yes.
You are aware that in the Ridge area, we have state lands there. You are aware?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Roman Ridge area, we have state lands there?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Laboni Cantonment Enclave, we have state lands?
Cantonments, yes. Laboni, maybe Laboni Secondary School, yes. I don't know about any other places where we may have at Laboni.
So, this looting, and you've emphasized something there, the looting of state land by politicians
in office.
In office. It's unconscionable for politicians to, I mean, complete that. I mean, I just want you to provide.
I'm not sure I'll be able to evoke the exact words, and since I'm under oath, so maybe the table office can get that. But you can summarize it to capture the import of what I meant.
On what basis did you relate GIS land? GIS itself acquiring the land from the state, by the way. You are aware of that? Because that area where GIS is situated, and all the lands that GIS as an institution owns are state land that GIS has acquired. Do you know that?
I don't know that as a fact.
So if you don't know that as a fact, on what basis would you conclude that somebody alleged GIS alleging that portions of its land being taken by a Ghanaian or an individual amount to NPP looting land in cantonment?
I think you are basing your discussion on what Ghana Web I published. The source was not just Ghana Web about this discussion. So don't restrict yourself to just what Ghana Web published. It was about allocation, that it had been allocated, and that is why the individuals had gone there at 2 a.m. to do what they were doing. Ghana Web here is only publishing my post and adding what I will call their editorial aspect to the post. So we need to separate where.
So read aloud your post. Let's deal with your post. Let's forget about Ghana Web. Let's deal with your post. Read aloud your post.
Unfortunately, my post is not even here. The headline. The actual post is not here. The entire thing becomes a story, and even Ghana Web sources it to a different media house. So we need to distinguish.
Doc, I know you to be a very sincere person.
Very, very.
And I respect you for that. You are under oath. You see, read the entire document. Read everything. Read everything.
The Director of Elections and IT for the Opposition National Democratic Congress, Dr. Omane Boamah, has condemned what he described as the activities of land looters under the current New Patriotic administration. His comments come after an attempted land grab at JIS in Cantonment, Accra, was foiled by the school's security team and local police. Mr. Boamah, in a Facebook post dated September 5, 2024, praised the school's management for standing firm against what he termed liberal land looters. The incident reportedly occurred in the early hours of Saturday, August 29, 2024, when a tipper truck loaded with sand arrived at the school property's gate at around 2 a.m., attempting to dump its load on the land. Franklin Ponsa Mensah, principal of GIS, recounted that the school's security personnel acted swiftly and called in the cantonment's police for support. A plainclothes individual driving a Toyota Camry with registration number year 29723 also arrived on there's something that is missing, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter that is also missing, but they capture everything here. Also arrived on the scene, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter the property. Okay. However, the combined efforts of the school's security team and police officers prevented the unauthorized entry and potential illegal takeover of the land. Expressing gratitude to the security team and Mr. Boamah condemned the brazen attempt to seize the property. This is also obfuscated, but it's repeated here. Expressing gratitude to the security team and police, Mr. Boamah condemned the brazen attempt to seize the school's property. And then they quote me, but they have put something there and quoted. It's not like this.
No, Doc.
This one I can identify.
Doc.
So they,
Doc. Did the publication misquote any aspect of your post?
Honorable, this is as far back as September 2024.
Yes, please.
And under oath, I will not. Look, if I see this,
Honorable nominee,
I know that this is
Honorable nominee, take it easy.
So I wouldn't know.
When you are reminded that you are under oath, the question that followed is read your posts. And your response was to the effect that this is not your post.
No, this is not like my Facebook
post. So now, what I will want to do is that if the Honorable Ranking is having your post that he wants you to read, different from what they have written somebody has written based on your post, then you can also read your post louder.
No, the thing is, if it had come, let's say, if this...
Yeah, I understand that this is somebody's story based on your post, but this is actually not your post.
I wouldn't be able to tell if what is in quotation marks, all of it is attributed to me.
To you, but this is not your post. That is why I'm saying that if he by chance have your post as a result of which this publication was made by another person, then he should be dealing with you regarding your post, but not what somebody has written based on your post. Because in effect, you are not the author of that. Are you the author of that? What you've read, are you the author?
The entire document, no.
Yes.
It's a journalist writing. Taking leave from...
Thank you very much. Let's make progress.
Honorable nominee, do you disagree with the content of the publication, which publication refers to your 5th September Facebook post? Do you disagree with the content?
I don't have a disagreement with the content.
Then I shall proceed to put you the necessary questions since you don't disagree with it. So this is the point I want to make. The issue between that so-called claimant to part of the GIS land, the issue between that claimant who was claiming part of GIS land, which came to your attention, that very matter of somebody claiming GIS land and all, how does that relate to MPP looting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have said here that such acquisitions or illegal acquisitions, the person must be a very bold investor to want to go and take GIS land without some authorization. But if for the purposes of today, you want to say that because it was a private person going to take GIS's land, so I should not have linked it to the MPP, I can understand you. But we can always get to the bottom of this matter to know who that person is and whether the person was even acting on behalf of someone, and know the processes that led to that bold invasion of GIS's land at 2 a.m. So I can understand what you are saying, that the person is a private person acting on his own without any authorization from any government, without any documentation from any government, but the person just went and decided to take over part of GIS's land. If that is the view that is being expressed, then I agree with you that I should not have added MPP to it.
Especially so, Honorable Nominee, when the person moved in at 2 a.m. But when you are dealing with a matter and your respected friend or brother sincerely proceeding in a path, you don't litigate. And I would say that your honest admission that it was inappropriate to have linked MPP to it, I would not pursue. No, some of your guests are participating in this process, so let us spend a little time there. Chairman, honorable nominee, do you concede that the subject matter resulting in your post was inappropriate to the extent that you linked it to NPP?
Mr. Chairman, I have said that for the purposes of today's discussion, today's vetting, and I use if it is the case that the person was just a bold investor without any authorization, decided to invade part of GIS's land, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But this is a matter that I will pursue to know the root cause of this particular boldness, because I know capital moves in directions where its peace and security will be assured. So I'll be very surprised that an investor would do such a thing, but it's possible. So why not? Let's go by the scenario that you have set. If that is what it was, then I should not have linked MPP to it.
You would agree with me that at the time you put out the post, you did not verify the source of the person's claim. You would agree with me?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minority Leader is in opposition, and even when you are in government, it's very difficult to verify. Even when your party is in government, it's very difficult to verify some of these things. So it's a good position that you are taking. However, considering the circumstances at the time, where was I supposed to call the Honorable Lands Minister then, or the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, or the Land Title Registry? Who was I to call to have a fair response? That's why I'm saying, considering the scenario that you have set, perfect. If that is it, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it. But trust me, and me, when I say I'll pursue something, I will pursue it.
Doc, simple. At the time you put out your post, you did not have evidence at your hand that it was an MPP generated action and same amounted to looting at the time you put out your posts.
The circumstantial evidence was strong. However, if you want hard evidence.
Chairman, honorable nominee says that to verify is normally difficult. May I know from you whether you are aware of the law we passed, the RTI law? You are aware? The right to information law that we passed as a public officer?
I'm aware.
Now, did you explore relying on your rights under RTI to pursue this matter prior to putting out that post at the time?
Honorable Leader, the nominee is not a lawyer, so you should find out from the nominee whether, having realized that law, he knows any right available for him under the law first. Then you can proceed to ask whether he has explored that right.
Learned Senior, I take a cue from you. We are all learning here. That's fair enough. Okay, so back to your question so that we can make progress. You are aware of the existence of the Right to Information Act?
I'm aware.
You are also aware that under the law, you as an ordinary citizen can invoke your right to request for any information from any public institution. You are aware?
Mr. Chair, I have not read the law, but it's an information that has come to my attention. However, just as the information that came to my attention through mass media is being contested today, I'm in a dilemma whether to push my understanding that that is the case that I can apply or I cannot. But I strongly believe it's something that I can apply. But it is not that I have read the law, it is that it is understanding of the law that I have gleaned from discussions on the law. But the right to information has had its own issues. If you talk to anti-corruption activists,
Chairman gave you a cue. Chairman gave you a cue. Specifics. Please, help matters. Your guests are becoming impatient with me, but you are the cause. Now, I'm not. This 2 a.m. intruder, whose action has resulted in this huge post. Did you, the 2 a.m., the claimant today, the one who sent a truck, a tipper truck to the GIS land, that's the reference point. I'm coming back to a question there. You did a post based on an individual sending a tipper truck with gravels to be poured on GIS, a portion of GIS land, which through the vigilance of the security, the person was not successful. Question: this very person, did you get to know his name prior to the posting?
Mr. Chair, no. However, remember that I have said looting of state lands is not just the responsibility of the beneficiaries. It's a process. So we need to conceptualize looting of state lands within this framework. Otherwise, we will only go after those who loot the lands and leave those who facilitate the looting.
So let's deal with the looting. When you say looting and those who facilitate, what do you mean by looting? When you use that word looting, what exactly do you mean? Let's understand it in its ordinary context. What do you mean by looting?
What I mean by looting of state lands is several. One, that practice, which today has left many civil servants trekking longer distances to ministries to work because politicians, under the guise of all kinds of policies, in failing this, that, sell state lands to individuals, some in public office, some retired, some business people, and sometimes even at very ridiculously low amounts. It is one of the variants.
So, fortunately, you are going into the Ministry of Defense. Now, let's go to chain homes. Chain homes.
What is chain homes?
No, I'll explain. Don't worry. Just take it easy. Doc, I'll get there. Chain homes, that estate at Chado, which land was originally owned by the military. That land, that whole area. I'm giving you a background. You said you didn't know. I'm giving you a background.
I want to ask a question.
No, you can't ask. I'm laying a foundation. I said something and you wanted clarity. So let me help. I'm saying that that Chado area where Chain Homes, that estate, is currently situated. Just by it, you see the military cemetery. I'm saying that that whole enclave belonged to the military high command of this country. I'm laying a foundation. And as a result of this loot you are referring to, a private citizen with a registered entity acquired it from the state. At the time they were getting on the land, the military stopped them several times. Severally, they were stopped. Then eventually, they had access to the land and they built that estate. Would you, as Minister of Defense, be interested in how this land was acquired from the military? Because the whole enclave was estate land. Would you be interested in finding out how the land was acquired by this entity to develop it into this first-class estate facility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be interested in knowing every military land that has gotten into private hands. But what I want to know is it the case that that Chain Homes enclave was owned by the military? I believe with your blessing, when I get there, I will be able to know whether it was owned or if a leader can also assist subsequently with what the components of the ownership is. That will be great.
Thank you very much for your answer. Leader, let's proceed.
Chairman, I would want to go to number 5.
Chairman, let me seek your guide in this matter. Chairman, with all due respect, leader may have an unlimited opportunity to ask questions. But I'm so concerned as the majority chief whip, who is the vanguard of government business. The ranking member cannot take 3 hours to ask his questions. So if he says that he will continue tomorrow, we have to go back and come back tomorrow. There must be a limit to what he's doing. In any case, we have 4 other nominees who are waiting. So as the government chief whip, I am so concerned about the procedure it's adopting. It's affected on the floor. And the government business is affected. You are supposed to lay a report. Because of this, you are unable to move. And the 7th report is in abeyance. And we are allowing the ranking member to go on and on, the people's address and all that. So Chairman, can we have a guide that when the ranking member has the opportunity to ask his questions, can he have 30 minutes? Can he have 1 hour? Can he have 2 hours? So that when that duration is exhausted, we can make progress. Because while I am sitting, the calls I'm getting from my government and the party is I'm under pressure. I'm under pressure. Yes, government business must make progress. If the ranking member, who is the opposition leader, says, I will vet for 3 days. No.
Honourable members, with all due respect, I belong to a school of thought that believes in the fact that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow that procedure in exercising the right. By practice, convention, and agreement at this committee's meeting, it was resolved that a ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. I do not believe that any member of the committee available at which that decision was taken should come to the floor and take a decision contrary to what we have agreed upon, contrary to the practice and conventions. So please, let us not create the impression
that this is the first time that a ranking member and a minority leader will be having unlimited number of questions to ask. So please, the public is of the view that I have the power to stop ranking member when he's asking a question. I do not want that view to be fortified by any member of the committee. We've all agreed that we are going by the old convention and practice that ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. So we are leaving it to the discretion of the ranking member, whether he will be reasonable about asking the question or he wants to ask the question till tomorrow. That is the instruction that we have agreed upon, and that is what exactly I am doing. So public, general public, please take note.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I inform you that you can take a break to use the washroom, take water, get a snack, and would accommodate you. It's your right. We, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, had 2 days of vetting. And in between, he was allowed coffee break. He was able to take some break and came back and all that. So that was it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the honorable ranking.
You don't have the floor.
Chairman, you see, this is a house of records. Mr. Chairman, this is a house of records.
Honorable ranking
member,
don't have the floor. You are not a member of this committee, so you don't have the floor.
The facts. As a former member of this committee,
Honorable
there was a reason why.
I will not agree on this disorderly behavior. I to invoke others.
Yeah, I know.
Please proceed.
Honorable nominee, please kindly have a look at number 5. Number 5, please. Kindly read aloud number 5, what you posted there.
MPP government, you cannot give turn around to tax electricity.
Doc, please, are you aware that at the time that you made this post, the lithium agreement was before Parliament for scrutiny?
It's possible. It's possible. I won't contest it.
And I am, at the risk of being immodest, suggesting to you that in all fairness to the government, this was most inappropriate to say that the lithium, Ghana's lithium, was being given away for a peanut.
Can I respond?
Yes, I've asked the question.
We differ in opinion. For instance, if I'm to go into what we can use lithium for, okay, what we can use lithium for, we will not treat lithium like other minerals, even if this is a bit enhanced. So you may have to understand where some of these thoughts are coming from. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but also agree with my position and respect it. Because I'm looking at the alternate use of lithium.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable nominee, greatest respect to you, at the time you made this post, had you seen the draft lithium agreement? Had you seen it?
Honorable, such questions, with the greatest of respect, are unfair to citizens. It takes away the role of the fourth estate of the realm. Unless we are to say that citizens should not take anything.
Honorable, I only ask you whether, respectfully.
I have not seen it.
No, sure.
And even to date, I have not seen it.
Yes, right. It's okay. I don't want, I would. So you confirm that at the time you made this post, that government was selling lithium at a peanut. You had not seen the agreement. You confirm?
I had not seen the agreement, but I had seen reports coming from reputable media houses.
No. I'm talking about the agreement. You had not seen the agreement.
I've answered that, and I've also suggested that I have read reports coming from reputable media houses.
Which media houses did you read their reports? Which media houses?
It includes the multimedia group.
The multimedia. Did you read it on their website?
Mr. Chair, I'm unable to recall exactly what happened like 2 years ago. This was...
Thank you very much.
Or like about a year ago, exactly where I read.
Thank you very much. You've answered the question. Please, let's make progress. This is another document.
Yes. The one that you didn't have there. Correct. So I put it, so you should read it.
Didn't they do what I'm doing now? You were sitting here when they were doing this.
Charlie, come on. Give it to you.
Honorable nominee, most respectfully, you have in your hand a document. First, identify the document. Is it a document that was authored by you? Please.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Leader is back to the GIS land.
Because at the time, Chairman, I took a cue from Chairman that because it was a media reportage, it would be fair for us to get a source document, which you yourself said it wasn't a source document. So there's a document in your hand. I just want to know from you, first of all, whether this was a document authored by you.
Honorable,
Yes.
You see, we need to distinguish between posts like this, which I can see my profile on and everything, you understand? As compared to something printed on this, you understand? And to expect me, after several months, to say that page 1, page 2, I should confirm it's a document.
That's okay.
It's very unfair.
Doc, that's okay. That's okay. Doc, please, the document in your hands.
Which one?
The one I just gave you.
Okay.
Doc, be patient with me, respectfully.
I'm very patient.
Yeah,
with
sure.
you.
So,
and I thought,
no, we relax.
Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I thought we had settled on this matter. No. That if his view is that this was a very bold investor who had no approvals from government, just went in and decided to loot part of GIS's land, then if we are to go by that, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But I said I don't believe that kind of situation is the case. And I promise here that I will investigate it as a citizen of Ghana. to get to the bottom of it. So I felt we had settled this matter about GIS's land. His scenario, I considered that if his scenario was the case, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it.
Chairman, with that explanation and clarity, I would not pursue. I'm acting in fairness to you, because your earlier statement did not get to where you've just gotten to. That is why I brought back the exact post you made. If that is the position, Chairman, if that is the position, then I will not pursue that document. And I'm being very fair with you.
Very well.
I'm just being very fair. If that's the consensus you pursue that. So let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's
exactly.
have some soft issues.
Let's move on.
Dog,
honorable nominee
with me. If you
honorable nominee
politics with me, then don't
when the question
be irritated when we start the politics. I am here.
Honorable nominee,
then you want to do party.
The question asked, you answered that is for some time. It's not a direct post where you will be able to see the document and admit that this is my post. So therefore, you have a difficulty accepting whether this is your post or not. And the questioner is saying that if that is your answer, he wants to abandon any further question on that and proceed on another angle. So let's take it in good faith and allow him to proceed on another angle, but not what you are not able to identify whether it is your post or not your post.
And let me remind you on a lighter note that the fact that I'm grilling you does not mean that when you get there and you are supposed to give protocol allocation, you deny me. I'm telling you, you cannot, because yes, there is, and committee members benefited. Yes, there is something like that. When I was a defense committee member, your ranking, your members benefited. I am saying it on authority. They did. They even had more than with the MPP members. They did. I'm not. That's a fact. Kennedy Japan was the chair of the Defense and Interior Committee. They benefited. So I'm telling you that when you are giving, don't think that because I grilled you, you will not allocate.
Honorable ranking member.
I did.
Honorable ranking member, I have also been in this house for some time. I was a member of parliament and at the point became the ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, a very important committee of parliament. But I know nothing called protocol. What really happened is that our constituents will come with the form. Then as a member of parliament, you have to be pleading with the sector ministers whether or not they can help. So that is what I know. But I have not seen a situation where they say that a member, you have this number of people, go to your constituency and bring them to come and join military. And I'll keep on making this particular point to the Ghanaians. So I beg, please, if some people were treated that way, then there is an element of discrimination. Because some of us didn't know what is even protocol. We go to beg. You plead like you are becoming a defense minister. It is time for recruitment into the military. You will see members of parliament coming to your office to come and plead and intervene on behalf of their constituents. But you won't tell them that, oh, I have 10 members, go and bring them automatically to come and join the military. That is not it. So let me use the opportunity to clear the doubts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Recruitments and enlistments will follow the rules of engagement strictly. You have my assurance.
Honorable nominee, what is your party's or your government defense policy? What is your government's defense policy?
To ensure a safe, peaceful, and prosperous nation that is respected among the Committee of Nations.
Do you have that enactment as contained in your manifesto with you, what you've just said?
You would have to put a lot together, because you should know that the manifesto one are promises. For government policy, okay, the party has transitioned into government. You are vetting the minister-designate. You are vetting the minister. You are vetting the minister-designate. And actually, the defense policy document is as old as 2012, thereabout. Mr. Chair.
Do you have a copy of your manifesto with you?
I do.
You have it in soft?
Yes, soft.
Please open the aspects that deals with the defense policy of your government. We need to have some exercise there. I have some questions for you on your defense policy as a government. You made a lot of promises. Let's deal with some questions on your defense policy.
Public safety, 148. Yes. Mr. Chair, I'm there.
Proceed to read it aloud and in extenso.
Mr. Chairman, it's quite lengthy. So if you are to...
You have a preamble to read.
Public safety and security. Public safety and security have declined significantly since...
No. Is that your defense policy?
They go... You see, you need to take it. Honorable, you need to
preamble to your defense policy.
So you want the Ghana Armed Forces?
Page what? I have your defense. Wait. I have it here with me. Wait.
Exactly. So that's why I took it from 6.4. If you want Ghana Armed Forces, it's 6.4.7.
Momento. Yes, that's your number. 6.4. What paragraph are you referring to?
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to...
Paragraph, Honorable,
I'm trying to guide that if you want Ghana Armed Forces, go to 6.4.7.
Wait.
If you want public safety...
No, but public safety has nothing to do with your defense policy. My respected colleague, Omane Boamah, would want to...
Honorable, they are linked.
Provide a guide.
That is why the defense strategy...
Chairman, I'm sorry.
They are linked.
Sure.
Is it the abridged version or the full version? This is the full version.
I have the full version, Chairman. Sorry.
Let me hear Honorable Boamah.
I think leader wants to end, but wants you to look at the preamble to the entire security architecture. That is 6.4, where it talks about the retooling, professionalism. That's short paragraph. I'm sure from there you go to the police, fire service, armed forces. We've read your manifesto, we understand it.
Yes, so that is why
we know the paragraphs. That's why we directed you to 6.4. So that's all. That's all he wants to know.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Nominee, you are accordingly guided. You now know what you should read.
Yes, so 6.4, public safety and security. Public safety and security declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. The next NDC government will critically review the national security architecture and comprehensively implement reforms to ensure professionalism. The reforms will primarily focus on equipping all security agencies to effectively execute their mandate towards ensuring the well-being, personal safety, and security in Ghana. The following policies will be implemented. Then it goes.
Hold on a second. Let's stop there. Now, would you be surprised from what you've just said? And I will quote: public safety and security have declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. I'll pick it one after the other. One, would you be surprised with statistics from the Ghana Police Service to the effect that public safety and security have rather improved? Would you be surprised to receive statistics, data from the Ghana Police Service that since 2017 up until now, we have seen an improved public safety and security? Would you be surprised to see that data and statistics? You'll be surprised?
Yes.
Very well. Next. Would you again be surprised to receive data and statistics from the police that we have seen a reduction in violent crime since 2017? Would you be surprised?
Yes.
All right. Now, Doc, I suggest to you that what you just read has nothing to do with the defense policy of your government. I want to suggest that to you.
Honorable, you see, this is why you should have listened to me. Because to have a defense policy, it has to be a progeny of the national security architecture. And that was even what was lacking in the 2012 or so defense policy. At the time that there was no national security strategy. So that is why I was asking, should I go and read Ghana Armed Forces? Is that what you are asking for? Or you want the entirety? Honorable, please, I need your attention. Yes.
Have our attention.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm saying that I was trying to make that point, that defense policy emanates from a bigger national security strategy, architecture. So you cannot just zoom into the Ghana Armed Forces. That is why I took it from there. And then when you said no, I then went down to the Ghana Armed Forces. Then I was asking you, should I read Ghana Armed Forces? The Honorable Boamah said, no, I should go back to the public safety and security. So, if you guide me appropriately and provide exactly what you want, I have the document here. I brought it because of questions such as this, so that we can refer. I will gladly read them, whichever one that you want.
Honorable nominee, you stated in your CV that you were a Catholic, correct? A practicing one, for that matter.
Yes, correct.
To what extent would you a Roman Catholic? Which parish, please?
Christ the King. Christ the King.
Very well. To what extent has the Catholic Church prepared you in moral values to the extent that you are able to embrace diversity, especially as you assume this office as Defense Minister of your country?
Thank you very much. I owe my ability to even be in national politics partly to what I went through in the Catholic Church. We spoke about the Cadet Commandery 403 in Koforidua, which I was president of. You come across several people, both are privileged and underprivileged youth. You deal with all of them coming from different backgrounds. As a former mass servant, you come across many people. Again, we've interacted with several priests, both foreign and Ghanaian priests, who really exposed us to the real world and answered our questions, some of them which bordered on even the Trinity and all. So in terms of diversity, the Catholic Church is a very diverse church, people from all walks of life, several backgrounds, and I have interacted with them, and I still continue to interact with them.
So how does this background prepare you to embrace the diversity you are going to face at the Defense Ministry?
I go there not just as somebody that the Catholic Church has prepared. I go there as someone who has been baked in many ways through different experiences. My work with the military, medical practice, other political engagements, and everything. So it is holistic. The values that we've been taught, the Christian value of tolerance, is also something that leads me, and I believe that even people who deliberately who decide to take me on the rough road, they believe that he's very forgiving. So he's likely to forgive them. That is why they continue to do it. So I'm going to the ministry as a very tolerant person, somebody who believes in the doctrine of love your neighbor as yourself.
Of course, your faith is well-founded.
Extremely.
Let me conclude by saying that this morning there was a little issue about your appearance. We had received some information to the effect that you were to be here at 9. Apparently, the letter to you stated 11. And I think my respected colleague at the bar, Madam Joyce Bawa Mutari, was quick to alert us. But this was after I had passed some comment. Let me unreservedly say sorry to you to the extent that some listeners and viewers had construed that to mean that you were late in coming to us. I mean, I think it's only fair that I, in your presence, reiterate that point. So it was no fault of yours. That said, I have nothing useful to add to all the questions I've asked you. I wish you well. You would hear from us as a committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Honourable members, thank you very much. Let me also add that apology for any comment coming from any member of the committee regarding you coming before us late. In the morning, I stated clearly to all the members of the committee that in life, patience is the key. So sometimes we need to be patient. There is an adage in my language that it is out of patience that you will be able to operate an ant so as to be able to see the intestine. So patience is a cardinal point in life, so that we hasten slowly. Honourable members, at long last, we've come to the end of the vetting of the Minister-designate for Defence. Honourable members, permit me to proceed to recognize his guests. We have in our midst Lieutenant General Bismarck Onwuna, Chief of the Army. We have Vice Admiral Issa Yakubu, Chief of the Naval Staff. We have Air Commodore Eric Ajafrimpong, Acting Chief of the Air Staff. We have Honorable Joyce Bawa Muntari, Senior Presidential Advisor and Special Aide. We have Honorable Marietta Brew Opon, or Apia Opon, former Attorney General and Minister responsible for Justice, now Legal Advisor to the President. We have Honorable Faustina Nelson, Senior Comrade. We have Obobia Dako Opoku, Deputy Communication Director, NDC. We have Mahdi Jibril, Deputy Election Director, NDC. And we have Tanko Rashid, Deputy Election Director, NDC. We have Regional Chairman, Ashanti, Upper West, Western North, and Eastern Region. And we also have Honorable Dr. Kobna Dufo, former Minister responsible for Finance. You are all welcome. If I've not been able to mention your name, you are also welcome. Honorable nominee, you will surely hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The next nominee should take his seat.
Yes, no lunch, no anything.
Honorable Ajekum, please take your seat.
And this has been our exclusive coverage of the vetting of Minister for Defence designate Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. It's been quite a long day for him and his guests, and clearly you can tell that they are all looking hale and hearty after almost 5 hours or so of grueling vetting. And it is understandable because of the sensitive nature of the position that he is going to man. That is the Defense Ministry. And it tells you, I mean, primarily that is supposed to talk about the safety and security of the entire nation, our borders, both internally as well. There are key things that go through his desk, you know, so it's very important that they ask him all the critical questions regarding what the NDC's strategy will be in ensuring they keep Ghana safe. So the next member to appear before the committee has been called, and clearly I'm sure many of the members of the vetting committee were all thinking they may have to take a break for some time before the next person comes, but that does not seem to be the case. So they are also expecting to have Emmanuel Kwejo Ajekum, who is a member of parliament, and he is the one that is going to be vetted for the position he's going for, which is the Minister of State in charge of special initiatives. Special initiatives. What exactly will that mean? I'm sure it will be part of the questions he will be asked to try and explain what the special initiatives the NDC government intends to roll out and how they intend to do that. And even before we come to the next nominee, many of you have been following the conversation and the last stretch of the banter between, more or less, you can call it a banter, between Alexander Afenyo-Markin, the minority leader and ranking on the committee, and the questions he sought to ask or the answers he was seeking from the defense minister nominee or designate, Dr. Edward Omane Boamah. Places he went to, issues he touched on, and many were even, suggesting that it looks as though the ranking member was trying to get under the skin of the defense minister. But, I mean, make of it what you will, he thought that it was necessary to ask critical questions of the nominee and then get the answers, whether or not they are directly related to the position he is going for, which is the defense ministry. You cannot really tell. And it even veered into a mini banter between the chair of the committee and also some NDC members on the committee. That is, I'm talking about Roxy Nelson Dapamakpa, who is the majority chief whip, made an intervention when he thought that Alexander Afenyo-Markin, the minority leader, was, going beyond expectation. However, the chairman of the committee also stood up and said that the laws permit the ranking and the leadership of parliament who are on the vetting committee to ask as many questions as they deem fit. Although there should be some reasonable timing to it, he thought that it was out of order for the majority chief whip, Dapamakpa, to ask Alexander Afenyo-Markin to either end his questioning or stick to a particular time frame, whether an hour or two. And that degenerated, into other conversations where some other members of the vetting committee had to also come in to, assert or, deny some of the issues that had come up. So it's been quite heated in the last 45 minutes to an hour. And that's the vetting that has been ongoing since morning. Even much earlier, you could tell from the apology that Alexander Afenyo-Markin rendered to the nominee and which was supported by the chair of the committee about the beginning of the entire vetting process. So today, 5 people were expected, if our documentation is right, 5 people were expected to appear before the committee. But since morning, 9 a.m. when the vetting was expected to start, only one person has been able to start and finish. So that is why they asked that they wanted to apologize, because the issue that led to the delay in starting of the vetting was not a fault of Dr. Omane Boamah, but some other issues which had to do with Oliver Barker-Vormawor, who had alleged that some of the nominees of John Dramani Mahama, he didn't mention names, but he just alleged that the nominees had been making some payments to the committee members, more or less bribing them. And that issue became quite heated, where the NPP minority on the committee actually said that then they were not going to participate in the vetting process. But that, they went into conclave to try and resolve it, and they had to come back and conclude the vetting. So next on your screen now, you can see Emmanuel Kwejo Ejekum, Member of Parliament. Now he's going to the position of Minister of State in charge of special initiatives. Let's go to the Parliament now.
1973 in Kranza, Bono East. I schooled in SDA Primary. Then I had my middle school education in Roma Catholic Middle School in Kranza. I attended Kumasi Technical Institute. Then I went to Southgate College, then Reading College. Then I did my bachelor's at Kingston University. I did my postgraduate diploma in Westminster University. Then my IMBA in the University of Applied Science in Germany. I've worked as a municipal chief executive in Kranza, then as a member of parliament from 2013 to 2017. then a member of parliament from 2021 to 2025. Then I'm back again as a member of parliament. Thank you.
Can I start? Can I start?
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boamah to start with the questions.
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me congratulate the nominee. We all know Honorable Ajekum. Honorable Ajekum has been Deputy Minister for Local Government before.
That's right, Chairman.
See. And you've been nominated to the High Office of Minister of State, Office of the President.
Rightly so, Chairman.
Within the 60 ministers limit of President Mahama, as he promised the good people of Ghana.
That's right, and so.
I believe you are nominee 45 or 40.
I'm not too sure with the numbers, but I'm within.
So, Chairman, my first question is, what are you going to be doing at the presidency as a Minister of State?
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm the Minister of State in charge of the President's special initiatives.
Please, the question has been answered. He is in charge of the special initiatives.
What does it entail? Yes, there was your clerk.
Our dear guest, nobody should interfere with the nominee who is on oath.
Question. So, you said you are the nominee for special initiatives, and the country wants to know what it entails and why those initiatives are under no ministry. Because the president has, through an EI, created 23 ministries. So why the need for a special initiative minister under his office?
Right, at any point in time, His Excellency the President can decide and say that this very initiative is so special and I need to work on it and get a resource at this particular time. So it needs an attention beyond the normal routine. That is why His Excellency the President has appointed me as the Minister of State in charge of special initiative.
Can you give us 5 of such initiatives that you believe the President will be assigning you to?
Right. I wouldn't say that the President will assign me, but I can mention 5 initiatives that His Excellency the President might have assigned me to do. Some of his initiatives is to take care of or to solve a particular problem. For example, the light railway system to ease congestion in Accra is an initiative, at least to solve a problem. Apart from that, I can also mention the labor export program, which is also meant to at least take care of our excess skill in Ghana. His Excellency the President at some point probably want to make the Parliament of Ghana one of the most environmentally friendliest parliaments in the world. And therefore, there has to be a particular attention to that initiative. So it's also another initiative. And His Excellency is looking at trying to put enough or sufficient infrastructure for e-vehicles in the country. And I think it's an initiative that needs an extra attention. If I may say, probably the national sanitation, the reintroduction of it, is to also take care of a particular problem that we have in Accra and Kumasi. So these are the few initiatives that I can mention.
So let me mold my last question. Traffic congestion. You have Minister for Transport, you have Minister for Roads and Highways, the local assemblies are there, and you think it will be an initiative that your office will be looking at. 1, labor export. You have Honorable Peppo being nominated as Minister for Labor and Employment. And you also spoke about Parliament being an environmentally friendly area. A Minister of State has been nominated for Climate Change and Sustainability. There will be duplication of roles there. E-levy, e-vehicles. You have the Ministry of Transport. You have the Minister of Energy and Green Energy Transition. That one too, I believe there will be some duplication of roles there. And the National Sanitation Day. What will Honorable Ahmed be doing at local government since the Sanitation Ministry has been subsumed under the local government ministry? In just 2 minutes, tell us and decouple your roles from some of the duplications that are identified.
Right, thank you very much. It's basically not going to be a duplication. For example, if a Minister of State have been assigned to work on a light railway, I will be collaborating with the Minister for Transport and also any other minister that is involved in doing such a job. So there wouldn't be any conflict at all.
Well, thank you very much, nominee. Congratulations.
I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, let me say a big congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You have worked so hard. You have always been there. And from your responses, I know you are going to do a yeoman's job. Because once you are ready to collaborate and to work hand in hand with others, there's no way there's going to be anything like conflict of activities or work or whatsoever. So we are always there. Wish you the best. Continue smiling and work hard so that the NDC will continue to be in power and Ghana will be the beneficiary until. Congratulations.
You are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will give the floor to Naudole Soa. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who said he's going to appoint 60 ministers, and he has done just that. Osia Dieyo, he says and he does it. I know you'll be able to deliver on your mandate, and I want to wish you the very best. Keep on smiling, like Hajia said, because when we meet you, you are always smiling, and we wish you the very best. And let your doors be open to us, so that when we knock on it, not just us, anybody that comes to your door, every Ghanaian, if you are available, avail yourself. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Omane.
Honorable Ajekum, congratulations. I wish you well. I just have one question for you. Can you elaborate on or explain to Ghanaians that the labor export would not bring brain drain?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The labor export, I call it something that is actually not going to be a brain drain at all. The reason why I'm saying this is it's rather going to be a brain gain. Why is it going to be a brain gain? We have excess labor in Ghana. And I think if we have excess labor, we need to do something on this. And what we have to do is to at least train them and send them out somewhere to go and work, and rather bring in more revenue into the country, which I think it will help. And this is the trend that is happening all over the world. A lot of countries in the world are making money out of labor export. And with your indulgence, Chairman, most countries, this is what they do now to be able to get more revenue into their country.
Thank you very much. Any further question? I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
The new role to be played. I'm confident that you will do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Roxanne Nelson, the floor is yours.
Kojo, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations for the opportunity to serve in government again.
Thank you.
Yet, I am, you know the work we do, so our young people are interested in the initiatives that you are going to roll out, especially under your watch. Given our 4-year mandate, which 2 key programs will you prioritize for year 1 as takeoff for year 1?
Right, Chairman. As you're aware, we have about 3 batches of nurses currently staying at home with our jobs. But with a bit of touch, we should be able to get jobs. In fact, a lot of Ghanaians, especially the young people, what they expect from us now is to give them solutions. And the solutions, one of the key things that they are trying to get is for us to get them jobs. So in as much as we are going to train young people in Ghana on specific skills and send them out somewhere to go and work, I think this is one of the key things I'll be looking at if the president gives me the opportunity to take care of it. It is something very simple. Most countries are making money out of labor exports more than foreign direct investment. And this is something that if I have the opportunity, I'll take care of it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. My last one, one of key policy promise is the women's banking. And now, so let me put it this way, yes or no. Will you consider making the women's banking one of your key priority programs so that you begin to roll it out in year 1?
Right, if I have the opportunity, it's one of the key things that will roll it as soon as possible. The reason why I'm saying this is it's a promise we promise most Ghanaians. And the woman in Kranza today will be sitting there and ask me that, His Excellency the President said that he's going to give Women's Bank that will have a facility to do our business. I think it's a promise we promise Ghanaians, and it's something we need to do as soon as possible.
Chairman, as a follow-up to my last one, will you consider establishing a branch or 2 branches in South Dine, Peki, Palik, Tongo, so that my women would have to travel far to access the facilities that this Women World Bank will be offering?
Rightly so, Chairman, but I'll not be able to say that I will consider 2 branches. But when it gets there, definitely we'll be able to have a chat and see how best we can consider Southine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Deputy
Thank you very much,
Leader.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity and congratulate my good friend for this, for being nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you very much.
To take up this special responsibility. If I got you right, and I want you to reiterate it, I believe when the president engaged you, the president indicated which areas he would like you to take special initiative and work on. If you don't mind sharing those areas with us before I go on to my next question. Thank you.
Right. I mentioned about 5 of them. I haven't actually been given specifically that this is what you're going to work on. But it's a discussion that we've had. We have promised the people. For example, we said that we're going to do 24-hour economy. Accra, as we said now, there is so much traffic that it is not something that is going to enable businesses to function well. And therefore, light railway will be something that will help Ghana or Accra. There are other things like the one I mentioned. Some are hanging fruits. And if I say it's a hanging fruit, like I mentioned earlier, the nurse out there in Kranza today wants to get a job. So why can't we do or facilitate something for her or for him to go and work somewhere? The steel benders, or let's say the welders out there, they know very well that the ship industry is in demand of welders elsewhere. And why can't we get them something? A program that is well structured so they can get some job out there. So I think these are some of the things that are doable. When we talk about Parliament of Ghana, for example, we know very well that we have been talking about transitional energy and all those things, energy efficiency. It's also doable that at least we can put solar system on our buildings and also encourage most members of parliament to drive e-vehicles to this parliament so we can say that it's one of the most environmentally friendliest parliaments in the world.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I'm happy you're talking about low-hanging fruits that you deploy. You remember in July, we passed the Affirmative Action Act, and it requires a lot of initiative from various sectors to ensure its implementation. It is an equity act, so we are not calling for equality, but we're calling for about 30% of women's involvement in every aspect of our life. Why wouldn't you consider as a priority to ensure that given this special initiative, you're going to ensure that you take up the issue of the implementation of the, I know that is the gender ministry that's supposed to do it, but with your support, I want you to tell us how you can facilitate this process to ensure that every sector is taking up, thinking of wearing those lenses, of be deploying the necessary strategies to achieve that. Thank you.
All right. Definitely, in my ministry, if a particular program or a project is given, we'll definitely make sure that at least the 30% that you're talking about is being seen into and make sure that it happens.
Thank you for that assurance. I remember the last administration, that is the NPP administration, we initiated the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program to provide local solutions to local problems. In that direction, a multi-purpose Ministry of Special Development Initiative was created. But in your case, there's nothing like that. Out of its development, authorities were established to be the main implementing agencies. Further, the NPP government managed to achieve some successes under this through the construction of mechanized boreholes, construction of small dams under the One Village, One Dam, construction of prefabricated warehouses, among others. My question is, what do you make of this policy, and how do you intend to continue and make it better? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think it was policies that were initiated by the elsewhere administration, that is Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration. I think it made some impact, and it is not something that I'll be able to say that it is coming to me for me to work on. Because if you look at the designation, I am a Minister of State in charge of the current President's special initiatives. And therefore, if it is something that I'm asked to do, I will be able to work on it. But I sit here now, I've not been given that mandate to be able to work on it.
Right. Thank you very much. President Mahama, the flag bearer said the next NDC government would eliminate all wasteful government initiatives if elected, and that the flag would also allocate funds from projects such as highly pursued one district, one village initiative into other viable projects for economic development. My question, in accordance with President Mahama's campaign statement, can you justify the statement, and does this mean you would discontinue the one village, one dam policy?
Right. I think it's the decision of the President, His Excellency the President, to take that decision. I do not have those powers to say as to whether I'm going to continue with the project or I'm going to terminate those projects.
You've already mentioned some programs that you plan to implement to address Ghana's unique development challenges. As a special initiative minister, what initiative will be in place to ensure that the purpose of the affirmative action bill is achieved? I'm going there again. Because I am single-handedly going to ensure that it doesn't rest on the shelves as just a document somewhere. Please, thank you. I want you to be specific. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think I mentioned earlier that at any point in time that I have a project or I have a program that I'm working on, if there's anything to do, I think we'll take care of affirmative action with that 30% that we have to work on.
Finally, I want to ask about the Farmers Service Center and farm banks in the country. How are you going to implement such initiative? Thank you.
I think it's an initiative that has not been given to me to work on. The Agric Minister has been given that mandate to work on, and I think I'll have to leave that for the Agric Minister to work on.
Thank you very much. I wish you the best in your endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Kwaku Riget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll call my friend Kujo. I know you do great. For the kind of role that you are going into, and there's going to be a lot actually within the next 4 years in terms of the promises that we have made. So we will definitely need a utility player like you. So I think you are versatile, and I believe that those qualities will make you succeed in any assignment that His Excellency the President gives you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And I have no question for you, actually.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honourable members, I'll proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Honorable nominee, you finished us with your tax clearance certificate.
At least so.
Yeah, the 2024, you have turnover nil, not applicable, and then chargeable income nil. Did you have to pay anything to the tax authorities?
No.
You didn't?
No.
But the certificate that you have, you haven't paid anything in December to them for 2024.
Yes, rightly so. As at the time I was getting this...
So what I'm saying, you've not paid anything for 2024?
No.
All right. But...
December 2024, you mean?
Let me take you back.
Okay.
Did you pay any tax to GRA for the year 2024?
Yes.
When did you pay it?
My tax are deducted from source.
Now, how did you obtain your tax clearance certificate?
From GRA.
Get on to the certificate you have. (2024) turnover not applicable. Chargeable income nil. Tax charged 0. Tax paid 39,000. Did you have to pay this on account?
No, like I said, my taxes are being deducted from Parliament, so when I'm going to take my tax clearance, I just apply to GRA and they do it for me.
I got it. You have on your CV 2007 September to 2008 July. IMBA, International Entrepreneurship, into bracket, University of Applied Sciences, Bremen, Germany. How did you undertake this program?
I undertook it in Germany.
I know Bremen University, you do some in Moscow, some in Bremen. Was it that type?
It's called a dual master's program.
So why didn't you state that? Would you want to take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend your CV? Because I know about that program.
Yes, I have actually put the two together, stating that I did Westminster and I did Huxley Bremen, which is University of Applied Science. But my campus wasn't in Moscow. There are about 4 or 5 campuses, which is Wilmington, Valencia, Westminster, and Bremen.
So, Honorable Nominee, let's stay there. So, you indicate postgraduate diploma, global business, University of Westminster. When? From when to when did you pursue this one?
Right. It's the same year. Like you said, you do part of it in this campus and you go to the other campus to do it. So my first one was in Westminster Harrow campus. Then second one was in Bremen.
So are you saying that you have certificates for both?
Rightly so.
Check the dates. Are you certain of the dates you have provided? September 2007 to July 2008. That is some 9-10 months. The program that I know, I do not think that you have stated the date correctly. Would you want to have an opportunity to refresh your memory on this?
Mr. Speaker, is correct. That is how the program is structured. I think I even brought my I brought my transcript even with me. That is how the program is structured. The program is structured in the way that you do one part of the program in this particular campus, then you go to the other campus to do it, and you are awarded the 2 certificates.
Okay, so let's pay attention to the dates.
Right.
So you can give us some explanation. So from September 2007, which part did you, from September 2007, which of them did you start with? 2007 September.
That's Westminster.
Okay, how long did you stay there?
I stayed in Westminster, I think, till about January or February. I still have my passport here with the visas and everything in my passport.
Chairman, Honorable Nominee, I'm not talking about your passport.
No, I'm talking about the
I'm not
evidence
talking
to
about
that
this.
effect.
If you pay attention, you see, a lot of times the problem is you, the nominees, don't pay attention to the questions.
Right.
Very, very simple questions based on your CVs. Then when you go deep into the ocean and I get in there with you, then there's a problem.
No,
Relax.
Okay.
I'm not talking about your visa. I'm not talking about student permit. Just pay attention step by step.
Okay.
You started the program in September.
That's right.
Fortunately, I know about this program.
That's it.
So in September, you entered Westminster.
That's right.
You stayed in Westminster September, October, November, all the way to February.
Yes.
2008.
Yes.
Correct?
That's right.
So you graduated in February, or you finished the first part in February?
No, the program, you don't graduate in February.
I'm asking, so for you to explain.
So the program, you don't graduate in February. It's a dual master's program, a program that 2 universities come together to work on it. So what you do is you complete this university at this side, then you go to the other side, then you go and continue. And the 2 is what they base on to award the certificate in both sides.
You have the 2 certificates here?
Right. I don't have the certificates here, but I have my transcript to that effect.
Okay. So you have the transcript for the postgraduate diploma in global business.
Rightly so.
Right here.
Rightly so.
And then you have the IMBA, International Entrepreneurship, also with you here.
Rightly so.
But not the certificate.
No.
Okay. Why do you have the transcript here but not the certificate?
I have certificate as well, Mr. Chair.
Why are they not here?
Because I brought my transcript here. The transcript will give you detail of how the program is structured.
Okay. Chairman.
It's too far to dance. Oh, what?
Try it's the market women.
Everybody can do what he does. Be bold, be you, be you. Be bold. Be you. Charlie, be bold. Oh, chairman, be you. Brothers and sisters, be bold. This year, be you. Let's go. Be bold, be bold, be you. Be bold, be you.
Rush Energy, be bold, be you.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
Let's go. My guest is ready. Auntie, you're not done with your makeup yet. I will apply it in the car. Let's go.
This scarf. I can't wait to see Grandpa. I miss him so much.
Tissues for Papa, quality tissues for everyone. Laura.
So, broke uncle, when are you going to marry my auntie?
Tissues for Papa. Tissues for Papa. Tissues for Papa.
Please, can I use the washroom?
Tissues for Papa. spend my creamy, you're nice. Baby, I need, baby, I am fine. Be spotless and be bright. Cast fire fabrics and it's gentle on your hands. Tango prime, watch spend my creamy, you're nice. Baby, I need, baby, I am fine. Be spotless and be bright.
Did you know that 1 in 4 Ghanaians have high blood pressure but don't even know? And worse, over 36% of adults in Ghana don't get enough physical activity. That's putting us all at risk of preventable diseases like diabetes and stroke. It's time to change that. Join the 3FM Fit Start Walking Challenge, the ultimate fitness movement to get Ghana moving. We kickstart this journey on Saturday, 1st February, 5:30 a.m. sharp, right from the Aviation Social Center with a 10-kilometer walk. Walk with us, conquer exciting challenges, enjoy free health screenings, and win amazing prizes. Let's exercise, network, and have fun together. Register now for free by calling 0532 300 927 or 0532 200 927 or scan the QR code. Don't wait. Your health starts today. 3FM Fit Start is supported by Aviation Social Center, Blue Skies, DHL Freed. 3FM Fit Start Walking Challenge. Let's get fit.
Show off your best skin this Harmattan with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion with 5-in-1 Complete Care. The deeply nourishing formula prevents your skin from drying out with precious cocoa butter and deep moisture for smooth and healthy looking skin. Love your skin this Harmattan with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa 5-in-1 Complete Care.
This advert is FDA approved.
Shout hallelujah!
DA approved.
One thing we can always count on is that the sun will always rise. A new beginning each day to do better and achieve more. For as long as you can remember, NLA has always been here, putting smiles on faces every day. Luto doctors were our neighborhood professors, always working to create fortune. On every street corner across Ghana, Luto writers made 590 available to everyone. Na Edel Biansem, they became more than family. Today, things have changed. Technology has made everything better. Now, your favorite NLA 590 game is mobile, closer to you than ever. Playing anytime, anywhere on phone, web, and app is possible. NLA 590 is now available on *959#. Create your fortune today. Still Ed Downsome. Welcome to NLA 590 Mobile. Today we will discuss how you can win cash by playing 590 on your phone or online. Visit 590mobile.com.gh or dial *959# on any handset or network and choose option 1 on the menu for Direct 1. Select one number from 1 to 90 as your Direct 1 number. You win 40 times your stake amount, only if your selected number is the same number that appears first in the draw. Thank you for your attention. And remember, you can stake your favorite NLA 590 lottery on your phone or online right now. All wins are paid same day, in full and direct to your Momo.
Please dial 030-824-9477
for any assistance. 590 Mobile. Down some.